Berdiri sejak tahun 1948, Fakultas
Recording
Bisnis
in
dan
progress.
Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia telah menjadi bagian dari dinamika kota Yogyakarta yang dikenal akan kekayaan nilai sejarah, pendidikan, dan budayanya. Dengan pengalaman lebih dari 70 tahun dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, kami terus berkomitmen untuk menjadi pusat keunggulan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan yang mampu menghasilkan insan yang unggul dalam bidang bisnis dan ekonomi sebagai wujud dari cita-cita para pendiri bangsa. Sebagai kampus yang lahir dari perjuangan para cendekiawan Muslim, kami mengembangkan potensi setiap individu dengan memadukan aspek akademis, sosial, dan nilai-nilai keagamaan. Guna memenuhi ragam kebutuhan akan pendidikan tinggi, kami menyediakan berbagai program pada jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Dalam rangka menciptakan lingkungan yang ideal untuk mengasah ilmu dan mengembangkan diri guna melahirkan inovasi yang membuahkan prestasi
Recording
di
stopped.
kancah nasional maupun internasional, kami terus berkomitmen untuk menyediakan fasilitas berkelas dunia. Dengan misi menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi bertaraf internasional, kami menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi terkemuka di luar negeri. Hal ini bertujuan untuk memperluas jaringan dan wawasan guna memiliki daya saing global. Raihan yang menghantarkan kami berada dalam jajaran kampus terbaik di Indonesia bukanlah tujuan akhir, namun merupakan dampak dari ikhtiar yang kami lakukan untuk meraih tujuan yang mulia. Kami meyakini bahwa pendidikan yang baik merupakan perjalanan yang prosesnya tidak hanya tentang melatih kemampuan berpikir semata, namun juga melatih sikap, kepedulian, dan kesantunan akhlak yang mampu mengarahkan pada kebaikan yang diteladani, agar nantinya mampu menghasilkan generasi yang unggul, yang mampu menggenggam masa depan, dan mampu menyempurnakan ilmu dengan mengambil peranan yang lebih besar untuk menebar manfaat bagi masyarakat dan ikut berkontribusi dalam memajukan bangsa Indonesia.
Recording in progress.
Sebagai kampus yang sangat berpengalaman dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia memadukan kenyamanan lingkungan dan fasilitas yang memadai untuk menciptakan suasana akademik yang mampu mendukung proses pembelajaran bagi mahasiswa. Keberadaan fasilitas penunjang kegiatan pembelajaran yang nyaman dan menyenangkan bagi mahasiswa merupakan hal yang utama bagi Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi. Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia juga berkomitmen untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat mahasiswa. Untuk mendukung hal tersebut, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia menyediakan berbagai fasilitas yang mampu mendukung pengembangan bakat, minat, dan inovasi mahasiswa. Untuk meningkatkan kinerja layanan kepada mahasiswa, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia menyediakan berbagai infrastruktur digital yang mendukung berbagai kegiatan akademik. Semua fasilitas fisik dan digital yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia merupakan cerminan komitmen untuk senantiasa memberikan layanan yang terbaik untuk terus tumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka dalam bidang bisnis dan ekonomi di Indonesia.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1948, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia telah menjadi bagian dari dinamika kota Yogyakarta yang dikenal akan kekayaan nilai sejarah, pendidikan, dan budayanya. Dengan pengalaman lebih dari 70 tahun dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, kami terus berkomitmen untuk menjadi pusat keunggulan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan yang mampu menghasilkan insan yang unggul dalam bidang bisnis dan ekonomi sebagai wujud dari cita-cita para pendiri bangsa. Sebagai kampus yang lahir dari perjuangan para cendekiawan Muslim, kami mengembangkan potensi setiap individu dengan memadukan aspek akademis, sosial, dan nilai-nilai keagamaan. Guna memenuhi ragam kebutuhan akan pendidikan tinggi, kami menyediakan berbagai program pada jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Dalam rangka menciptakan lingkungan yang ideal untuk mengasah ilmu dan mengembangkan diri guna melahirkan inovasi yang membuahkan prestasi di kancah nasional maupun internasional, kami terus berkomitmen untuk menyediakan fasilitas berkelas dunia. Dengan misi menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi bertaraf internasional, kami menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi terkemuka di luar negeri. Hal ini bertujuan untuk memperluas jaringan dan wawasan guna memiliki daya saing global. Raihan yang menghantarkan kami berada dalam jajaran kampus terbaik di Indonesia bukanlah tujuan akhir, namun merupakan dampak dari ikhtiar yang kami lakukan untuk meraih tujuan yang mulia. Kami meyakini bahwa pendidikan yang baik merupakan perjalanan yang prosesnya tidak hanya tentang melatih kemampuan berpikir semata, namun juga melatih sikap, kepedulian, dan kesantunan akhlak yang mampu mengarahkan pada kebaikan yang diteladani, agar nantinya mampu menghasilkan generasi yang unggul, yang mampu menggenggam masa depan, dan mampu menyempurnakan ilmu dengan mengambil peranan yang lebih besar untuk menebar manfaat bagi masyarakat dan ikut berkontribusi dalam memajukan bangsa Indonesia.
Sebagai kampus yang sangat berpengalaman dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia memadukan kenyamanan lingkungan dan fasilitas yang memadai untuk menciptakan suasana akademik yang mampu mendukung proses pembelajaran bagi mahasiswa. Keberadaan fasilitas penunjang kegiatan pembelajaran yang nyaman dan menyenangkan bagi mahasiswa merupakan hal yang utama bagi Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi. Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia juga berkomitmen untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat mahasiswa. Untuk mendukung hal tersebut, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia menyediakan berbagai fasilitas yang mampu mendukung pengembangan bakat, minat, dan inovasi mahasiswa. Untuk meningkatkan kinerja layanan kepada mahasiswa, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia menyediakan berbagai infrastruktur digital yang mendukung berbagai kegiatan akademik. Semua fasilitas fisik dan digital yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia merupakan cerminan komitmen untuk senantiasa memberikan layanan yang terbaik untuk terus tumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka dalam bidang bisnis dan ekonomi di Indonesia.
Berdiri sejak tahun 1948, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia telah menjadi bagian dari dinamika kota Yogyakarta yang dikenal akan kekayaan nilai sejarah, pendidikan, dan budayanya. Dengan pengalaman lebih dari 70 tahun dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, kami terus berkomitmen untuk menjadi pusat keunggulan dalam pengembangan ilmu pengetahuan yang mampu menghasilkan insan yang unggul dalam bidang bisnis dan ekonomi sebagai wujud dari cita-cita para pendiri bangsa. Sebagai kampus yang lahir dari perjuangan para cendekiawan Muslim, kami mengembangkan potensi setiap individu dengan memadukan aspek akademis, sosial, dan nilai-nilai keagamaan. Guna memenuhi ragam kebutuhan akan pendidikan tinggi, kami menyediakan berbagai program pada jenjang diploma, sarjana, magister, dan doktor. Dalam rangka menciptakan lingkungan yang ideal untuk mengasah ilmu dan mengembangkan diri guna melahirkan inovasi yang membuahkan prestasi di kancah nasional maupun internasional, kami terus berkomitmen untuk menyediakan fasilitas berkelas dunia. Dengan misi menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi bertaraf internasional, kami menjalin kerjasama dengan berbagai institusi terkemuka di luar negeri. Hal ini bertujuan untuk memperluas jaringan dan wawasan guna memiliki daya saing global. Raihan yang menghantarkan kami berada dalam jajaran kampus terbaik di Indonesia bukanlah tujuan akhir, namun merupakan dampak dari ikhtiar yang kami lakukan untuk meraih tujuan yang mulia. Kami meyakini bahwa pendidikan yang baik merupakan perjalanan yang prosesnya tidak hanya tentang melatih kemampuan berpikir semata, namun juga melatih sikap, kepedulian, dan kesantunan akhlak yang mampu mengarahkan pada kebaikan yang diteladani, agar nantinya mampu menghasilkan generasi yang unggul, yang mampu menggenggam masa depan, dan mampu menyempurnakan ilmu dengan mengambil peranan yang lebih besar untuk menebar manfaat bagi masyarakat dan ikut berkontribusi dalam memajukan bangsa Indonesia.
Sebagai kampus yang sangat berpengalaman dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia memadukan kenyamanan lingkungan dan fasilitas yang memadai untuk menciptakan suasana akademik yang mampu mendukung proses pembelajaran bagi mahasiswa. Keberadaan fasilitas penunjang kegiatan pembelajaran yang nyaman dan menyenangkan bagi mahasiswa merupakan hal yang utama bagi Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan tinggi. Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia juga berkomitmen untuk mengembangkan bakat dan minat mahasiswa. Untuk mendukung hal tersebut, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia menyediakan berbagai fasilitas yang mampu mendukung pengembangan bakat, minat, dan inovasi mahasiswa. Untuk meningkatkan kinerja layanan kepada mahasiswa, Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia menyediakan berbagai infrastruktur digital yang mendukung berbagai kegiatan akademik. Semua fasilitas fisik dan digital yang dimiliki oleh Fakultas Bisnis dan Ekonomika Universitas Islam Indonesia merupakan cerminan komitmen untuk senantiasa memberikan layanan yang terbaik untuk terus tumbuh menjadi perguruan tinggi terkemuka dalam bidang bisnis dan ekonomi di Indonesia.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. The Honorable Dean of Business and Economic Faculty, Universitas Islam Indonesia, Profesor Jaka Sriana, SEMSI PhD, the Honorable Representative from Anadolu University, Ankara Haji Bayram Valley University, Dichle University, University Putra Malaysia, University Sains Islam Malaysia, and Mapua University. Also the Honorable, all the committees and participants of International Student Mobility International Business Sustainability Initiative 2022. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. First of all, let us pray and praise to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. Because of His bless and mercy, we can meet virtually with health condition in the event of ISM IBSI 2022. Before I start to lead this event, let me introduce myself as your Master of Ceremony. I am Miftahul Jannah, Management Department of Diploma Degree, BOET 2022, Business and Economics Faculty, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, participants of ISM IBSI 2022, on this nice occasion, let me deliver the structure of International Student Mobility, International Business Sustainability Initiative, Thursday, March 24th, 2022 as follows. First, opening. Second, call for paper competition. Third, business plan competition. Ladies and gentlemen, let us open this event by reciting Basmalah together. Before going any further, let me read several rules during this event. Rules during ISM IBSI 2022. First, all participants are compulsory to turn on their camera. Second, all participants need to mute their microphone during all sessions. Third, participants can ask questions by clicking the raise hand features and waiting for MC to allow you to speak or by typing it via chat box. Now, we step to the main agenda of today. The first competition will be call for paper. Good luck for the representative and hope you will get the best result. For Keisha Adrelia Putri, the forum is all yours.
Thank you, Ms. Miftahul, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon. Nasilsinis. I hope you all in a good and healthy condition. Right now, we are at the session of the call for paper presentation. First, I would like to introduce myself as the moderator for this session. I'm Keisha Adelia Putri, Management Department of International Program, Batch 2020, Business and Economic Faculty, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Before we start the presentation, I would like to introduce the two judges that already present with us today. First judges, welcome Secretary of International Development Economic Study Program, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Good afternoon, Mr. Abdul Hakim. I think your microphone is off.
Okay, good afternoon. Sorry about that. Assalamualaikum. Happy to join this program. Thank you.
Okay. How are you today, sir?
I'm very fine. How are you?
Alhamdulillah. The second judge, welcome lecturer at Ankara Haji Bayram Valley University from Turkey. Good afternoon, Miss Özge Dinçkavlak.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you. I'm very glad to participate in this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, thank you, Miss. And how is the weather in there, Miss?
It's very cold
Okay.
and snowy.
Okay. And we also have 5 chosen top team that already prepared their presentation to be delivered at today's session. I want to make sure that all of the team already present today by pressing the raise hand feature. For team number 1, are you in this Zoom today? Please raise the raise hand feature. Okay, for team number 2, are you in this Zoom today? For team number 3, are you in this Zoom today? For team 5, are you in this Zoom today? And the last is team 7, are you in this Zoom today? Okay guys, thank you so much guys for your cooperation. I want to remind you that this year, Call for Paper bring up the theme that is called Economic Recovery in Using Growth Strategies for Sustainable. And there will be some rules during this session. Rules number 1, the order of the presentation will be carried out based on the announcement that is already listed and cannot be contested. Rules number 2, the time given to present the Call for Paper presentation is 10 minutes for each team. And there will be another 10 minutes for Q&A session after the presentation. So, the maximum time will be 20 minutes, which will be counted down since the opening of the presentation. Rules number 3, each participant who is part of this forum is allowed to ask questions to the presenting group within the time specified by the moderator. Rules number 4, the Q&A session will be given to the adjudicator first, and it will be open to the public after completing the question for assessment board. Question number 5, the participant can ask a question by sending a raise hand notification to the main room or typing a question in the column chat box. Rules number 6, all participants in this forum are required to turn their cameras on, or the moderator will assume that the participant is not present in the forum. The last rule is all participants are only allowed to unmute the microphone when directed by a moderator. I would like to remind the judges, you can fill the score for a paper and presentation in the spreadsheet that already prepared by committee in Google Drive. So when the two-day event ends, the committee can calculate the result after that. Without any further ado, let's start this competition with the first team performance. The first team who will be presenting is Team 1 with the title Domestic Waste Research Can It Be Green and Sustainable? From Nadira Puspita Maharani Widodo from Universitas Islam Indonesia and Baiduri Muhammad Rosli from University Science Islam Malaysia. Team 1, time is yours, and your 10 minutes will be counted from now on.
Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I'm really sorry that my participant is still on their networking error right now. So she cannot already join the Zoom right now.
You can start first.
Okay.
While waiting,
The honor. Oh, sorry.
you can start first.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Honorable to all judges and all participants. Good afternoon, everyone. Before we begin our presentation, I would like to introduce our teams. We are from Group 1, consisting of myself, Nadira Puspita Maharani Widodo from Universitas Islam Indonesia, and by Duri Muhammad Roslin from University Islam Malaysia. We will present our paper entitled Domestic Waste, Resort Can It Be Green and Sustainable? Okay, why should we pay more attention to the management of home waste? Nowadays, the use of plastic is inherent in our daily life, and it's not easy to let go. The continuous use of plastic without proper management will pose a greater environmental threat, overflowing landfills, disrupting marine ecosystem, and other pollution threats. In 2017, ASEAN generated 1.17 kilograms of municipal solid waste, or MSW, per day. In terms of total annual MSW generation, Indonesia produced 64 metric tons per year, followed by Thailand 26.77 metric tons per year, Vietnam 22 metric tons per year, the Philippines 14.66 metric tons per year, Malaysia 12.84 metric tons per year, Singapore 7.5 metric tons per year, Myanmar 0.84 metric tons per year, and Laos 0.07 metric tons per year. Except from Singapore, where organic waste account for only 10.5% of total MSW, organic waste account for the biggest fraction of MSW is all Asian countries, around or more than 50%. Other waste types commonly found in 5 MSW pods include plastic, paper, and metals. Aside from MSW, different types of trash include healthcare waste, e-waste, industrial garbage, and others. With this amount, if it does not immediately provide handling on waste, waste will continue to increase and cause many environmental and health problems. Okay, next. COVID-19 is also a factor of increased waste with the implementation of lockdowns and local isolation in several Southeast Asian regions. People are competing to buy food and in excess, causing a lot of food ingredients to run out. Besides that, people use online services more to buy food and goods. In addition, this impulsive purchase also caused the accumulation of household waste. The number of garbage bags, sanitizer bottles, and online delivery packages to increase.
All right, thank you. Is my voice okay? Or this is it okay? Can somebody give thumbs up? All right, thank you. All right, for the literature review that will be presenting by me, by Duri M. Rosley. Okay, this paper will be focused, next slide please. All right, thank you. This paper focuses on domestic waste, also known as household or residential waste. It is a disposable material produced by household, which is like the housewife or we as the students that being used the products from the house. And it can consist of non-hazardous waste and hazardous waste, which means dangerous. Causes of dangerous waste include battery and family cleaners, which is the like the cleaning things. Okay, difficult. Also, non-hazardous waste can be in food scrap, paper, bottles, etc., which can be reused or composed if we use a good material. And then the cases of dangerous waste include battery and family. Difficult strokes must be handled safely to ensure that they are managed properly, not to cause injury. Okay. Generally, there are several types of household waste, which is organic waste, non-organic recycled waste, which is solid rubbish, hazardous waste, and inert waste. And here is the example of the waste. Okay, the first is the organic waste, which is liquid waste. Nourish scrap, the fruit or vegetable peels, squander tea powder, coffee beans, sin and purine squander, other greens, and etc. And then the organic waste, which is dry waste, okay, without any liquid, which means like the daily papers, the magazine, the brown paper, most of them are papers. and even about the plastic, etc. And then the third one is hazardous waste, which are some of the example is the insect sprays, the shrink, baby diapers, sanitary napkin, cleaning chemicals, etc. And the last one, the last characteristic or the group of waste is inert waste, which is consists of sand, concrete, cement, and subsoil. But in this paper, we will be focused on plastic, which is like the PPE case and how waste can be generated into energy and other products, since it is more near and familiar to the household and nowadays trend. All right, and this paper's demography also focuses on the view of Southeast Asia countries like Thailand, the Philippines, Malaysia, and Indonesia. And previously in the background, we stated how population affects the household waste and how this can be a crucial issue if we didn't take this seriously. And today the nature is already sick and tired of manufactured problems like the flash, and this is some of the effect if we just take it not seriously, like the flash flood, the death, the reduction of endangered species, the dengue, the Aedes, the pollution, and the list keeps going on. Okay, so here the objective of preparing, make you to the next slide. Oh, okay, thank you. So here the objective of preparing this paper is to know how beneficial it can be on and how if we utilize domestic waste, since every household will always produce the waste. Okay, even me myself, every day I use the waste, I create the waste, I produce the waste. So we need to put focus in this. Okay. Also how it will affect the economy, society, and government. And in the next discussion, we will look how this can be related to Sustainable Development Growth, SDG. All right, thank you for the literature review. I pass next to Nadira.
Okay. Discussion 1. What product are new invention that can be produced by domestic waste and how to produce them? Okay, next slide. Okay, the first one is waste PE into polyester fabric. Polyester fabric is a fabric material that is widely used in the world. Polyester has many advantages, such as a good durability, resistant to sunlight, lightweight, resistant to wrinkles, staying, and fast drying time. However, virgin polyester is made of coal, ethylene, which is from petroleum, air, and water, formed by chemical reaction under very high temperatures. So we have to, I want to explain how to make PET into fabric. Okay, because the polyester fabric itself is made of PET, we can make polyester fabric with PET waste. To make it, at first we have to wash it, and after it clean, we sort it and grate into chips. And after that, we sort by color and then heat it at a temperature of 270 degrees Celsius, and then press into a thread using an iron plate with small holes shape like a shower head, and it becomes loose. The foods feel like a dental food at this point, so we put it on in the machine again, and it's heated again, and the molecule will be straight and realigned by a machine. The thread that once looked like a dental floss is not like a wound. This trend,
sorry, Team 1.
Yes?
Your time is up, so now we move to the Q&A session.
Okay, sorry.
Oh, we already reached the end.
Yeah, it's up. The time is already up, so we move to the Q&A session. Let us invite our two judges first to give their question and also suggestion for Team 1. And judges' time is yours. And maybe we can start with Miss Oske. You can ask first to the Team 1. The mic. How about right now, Miss?
Okay.
Okay.
Could you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Miss.
Yes.
Thank you for presenting your paper. It was very nice paper. Domestic waste is very important for sustainability, economic issues. Thank you for your efforts first. I want to ask you to relationship with domestic waste and the government's policy and economy. What are the links between economy and domestic waste, and is there any policy of government regarding the domestic waste or carbon emissions or other sustainability issues? Thank you.
Okay, Miss Oski, thank you for the question. And Team 1, you can direct answer the question from Miss Oski.
All right. Thank you for the question. Okay. But maybe my voice is quite it's okay. I just go on. All right. About the economy, when a new product is invented, produced, or manufactured, many costs will be used for research and development, isn't it? But to generate more money for the manufacturing, the company or body is in charge may make this as an investment platform to the people who give the waste resources may have some percent of the investment when the product booms the economy. This includes some processes which is consultation with interest stakeholder, identifying potential waste streams, evaluating their use, and etc. When it is about the green products and the green economy, it can create a trend among the society. A lot of people are aware and concerned about the greens, but most of them didn't know how to start. So here, the new inventions may increase the demand, thus helping for new emerging goods and services that reduce environmental damages, especially when the people are motivated by the percentage of the shares. Even little, it may be a kind of motivation, and the new invention will uplift of some businesses sector to develop the greener alternative to the existing product. And in addition, this alternative may reduce the demand for products from certain industry that cause environmental damage and earning volatility in some sectors due to the changes in input prices or demand changes. Okay, here is the example. From Malaysia, we have a duck company, which is owned by Dewi Yusof and Fazza Anwar, and they created a scarf by coffee scrub, which means from the coffee, they make some products that can be wear every day. That is how it can make a trend. Okay, and then on how it can affect the government, but I'm sorry, my answer will maybe not touch more about policy, but I can relate a bit about the government. Okay, in the government's view, one of the most important or impactful effect is the identity. Today, we are in the digitalization era where almost every person has the access to the internet. People have the smartphones, social media, and other media. News is spread like a hurricane, so fast and wide, isn't it? So when a country utilizes a domestic waste, there is a high probability that the information will apply to other country. It will affect other country. It is like when we used to produce a product and then it become trend, and then another business join the trend and it can spread. It can be a very good identity for the country. So when a country have a good identity, good image, there will be possibility the investor will look at the country. Okay, and then so this is how they will notice other countries. Other countries will notice the alternative that will positively impact the green economy and sustain some sources, since we are quite lacking of the resources for the time being and the next future generation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your response.
Okay, thank you for your answer, Team 1. How was the response for Team 1, Miss? Is that answering your question? Okay. So let us deliver it to Mr. Abdul Hakim if you have any question or suggestion for Team 1.
Thank you for the time. Of course, I have a question. It is my job to ask question. Okay. Well, first, congratulations to the team. You has gone so far to be at this level. It's not an easy achievement. And then the problem of waste or garbage is always there for a long time ago, right? But, up to this time, not a lot that we can do to overcome such problem, especially for the plastic waste. There are some programs that has been launched and some are successful, some not. I think one of the issue is about the public goods. The thing is that if you learn macroeconomics, then we know that clean air and clean water are actually public goods. And when it becomes public goods, so everybody has a right to use it or to make it polluted. So there will be some rule that has to be set to overcome such problem. What kind of rules do you think that can be set to settle such problem? If you have any idea. I believe you are from economics, right? Is it from economics or from other department?
I'm from management department.
Oh, from management. Okay then. Okay, not to be so worried.
But I have a basic about economics.
Okay. It's about public goods. Let's make it simple. What kind of rule that can be set according the public goods like water, like clean air, that we can have a better solution for this problem?
Okay. May we answer the question?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you. And Nadira, do you want to go first? Maybe you are muted. Unmute.
You can go first. I will.
Okay. All right. Thank you about the question, and to Nadira about the rules on how we want to encourage the people to keep the river safe. Okay. This is actually but it is quite a challenging question because this is more to the individual. But from the side of the government or side of the organization that take care of the place, maybe they can put some CCTV, put some, not fee, but maybe for every waste that they recycle, the organization that take care of the place maybe give some token to the people who take care of the place. Okay. To encourage people, sometimes we need to give something. And then to avoid the things besides on setting a CCTV, maybe we can put more crucial issues. We need to create more awareness. We need to show them how it can be so dangerous if we didn't take care of the nature. So they will every day they will, oh, this is a dangerous thing, or this is what will happen, or I don't want the flash anymore. And that is what I on this side of me. Thank you. Okay, I pass to Nadira if Nadira want to add some more.
Okay, I think we have to make some obligation that more strict about waste, so people will more focus it and be more more notice about the waste. We have to make some.
Maybe more encouragement, isn't it, Nadira? Yeah. More awareness. Okay, all right. Okay. I pass back to the MC.
Thank you for.
All right. Sorry.
Are you wanna add something? Sorry.
Sure.
We still have 1 minute again.
That would be enough for me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe we can conclude some points.
Yes.
All right, thank
Yes,
you.
please.
So, just now I stated about how this will affect the SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. So actually, it can affect the clean water and sanitation, the decent work and economic growth, and the life of land. Okay, because by 2020, at least 2 billion people lack safely managed drinking water. 3.6 billion people do not have safely managed sanitation. So we need more cautious about the water, okay, because some of the waste affect a lot to the water. And then about the decent work and economic growth, recycling waste into fabric, bricks, and furniture makes waste more valuable. In addition, this industrial activity will also absorb a lot of workers, so the employment rate will high. And then the life of land, this campaign is to protect, restore, and promote the sustainable use of the ecosystem. And for the conclusion, this is not only government issue. This is our
Sorry to interrupt. The time is up.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And is there any additional opinion or advice from the judges?
Not from.
No, I don't have any other questions. Thank you for your report.
Okay, thank you, judges. Now, I will give the opportunity for the audience to give or ask any question for this team. Okay, thank you for Team 1 for your great presentation. The next team will be Team 2, with the title, The Implementation of Digital Innovation Toward SMEs for Sustainable Development. From Nurul Hanifah Ramadhani from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Jemia Muklisa Fadila from Universitas Islam Indonesia, and Nabila Suyuwardani from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Team 2, time is yours, and your 10 minutes will be counted from now on.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, the honorable judges, Mr. Abdul Hakim and Ms. Osgendin. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So today we will be presenting regarding our paper with the title Post-Pandemic Economic Recovery, the Implementation of Digital Innovation Toward SMEs for Sustainable Development. Next, please. Our group consists of 3 members, Jemia, Nabila, and me, Hanifah. We are from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Next, please. Our presentation divided into 3 parts. There are background, literature review, analysis and result, and finally conclusion. Next, please. So now let me begin for the first part, the background. Next, please. The pandemic of COVID-19 has harmed human health and economic health worldwide. To respond to the concern caused by the pandemic, all nations around the world have executed both health-related policy, such as attempting lockdown to control the spread of the virus that affect business activities in nearly all economic sectors. Next, please. This pandemic can be a great opportunity for business, especially for SMEs, to grow and develop their business. SMEs should realize that digitizing their business is the key to surviving in this pandemic situation. Next, please. Digitalization allows them to be more innovative and creative to make digital marketing strategies. Digital marketing will enable them to find more potential customers by using digital platforms to promote their products. Nowadays, people will prefer shopping from an online platform to make people feel safer, get anything faster, and make transactions easier. Digitalization affects various aspects of a business performance. Businesses should boost sustainability with technology. Next, please. Our paper aims to figure out how crucial digital technology as part of the growth strategies of SMEs to survive during COVID-19 pandemic, and how digitalization keeps the business growing sustainably. Next, please. Now let's move on to the literature review. Next, please. Next, please. During COVID-19, people are struggling to survive and maintain their economic situation. One of them is through SMEs. SMEs in Indonesia are the dominant sector in enterprises. It has reached 63.13 million or 99.92% of the entire enterprises sector. According to Bank Indonesia survey, 82.5% of SMEs are impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The fall of SMEs during the pandemic will affect unemployment in Indonesia because SMEs will absorb about 96% of the workforce. Next, please. When we came forward with the monetary crisis in 1998, SMEs were the hero of economic recovery, even though many SMEs bankrupted at the time. It might lead us to a question why business enterprise that has survived in economic crisis could hardly fall and not able to sustain. In order to face this situation, SMEs have to find ways to sustain themselves. SMEs might have to change the way of running their business to make it more sustainable in every situation. Next, please. According to Ustenhagen, a deep understanding of SME sustainable development requires knowledge of both internal and external factors. Internal factors include vision, willingness to change, entrepreneurship, and corporate characteristics in sustainable direction. External factors include stakeholder pressure that can pose opportunities and threats to SMEs. Next, please. Sustainable development is defined as development that meets current needs without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their needs. As long as SMEs can adapt and meet the current customers' needs, SMEs will sustain. In order to fulfill these goals, SMEs should be ready for change and innovate in the market and technologies. Next, please. Well, the next part will be delivered by my partner Nabila. Nabila, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Hani. Now let me explain about our analysis and result. Next. Technology continues to provide new ways of doing business. Through digitization, companies can find new opportunities, improve process efficiency, and better understand their customers. Today, companies of all shapes and sizes are starting to use digital technology to bypass the physical world limitations. Digitization also can boost the quality and speed of work. There are fewer human errors and operational costs are reduced. Next, please. Small and medium enterprises must adapt in order to stay competitive. In this era of competitions, SMEs should be literate with information technology to make their product easier to sell to everyone. Next, please. According to the survey data in 2019 until 2020, more than half of the population in Indonesia already connected to the internet. Next, please. The latest report from We Are Social in 2021 revealed that the number of internet users in Indonesia reached 202.6 million, or 73.7% of total population of Indonesian people. Social media users also hit 170 million, or 61.8% of total population in Indonesia. Next, please. From the data, it showed that 2013 until now, the percentage of internet users has always increased year by year. Next, please. The data indicate the high potential to promote business in Indonesia through digital platforms such as social media and e-commerce. Due to high potential customer in online platforms, SMEs should be more creative to develop their business, making their product easier to reach customers by promoting their product on social media that give direct access to the customer is the purpose of digital marketing. SMEs should begin to explore the world of social media to attract and retain their customer. Next, please. Digital development entrepreneurship based on SMEs. Next, please. Is expected to be at the forefront of achieving the economic pillars of SDGs by creating jobs, creating decent working conditions, business innovation for inclusive and sustainable economic growth. The government takes various strategy and method to make SMEs still exist in the midst of the pandemic. The government has allocated 455.62 trillion budget for the COVID handling and National Economic Recovery Program for 2022, so SMEs are more be able to survive and develop their business. Economic sustainability pertains to companies' growth, development, and productivity. SMEs digitization provide more efficiency through technology development. The development of digital technologies allow SMEs to transact through online payment systems such as GoPay and OVO. Online payment facilitate people to have transaction more effortless in this pandemic policies that limit direct interactions between sellers and buyers. Therefore, digitization is key for SMEs to survive in this pandemic era. Next, our conclusion will be delivered by my partner, Jenia. Time is yours.
All right, thank you, Nabila. Now let me conclude our paper. COVID-19 pandemic has a significant impact on the economic, especially for SMEs. Next, please. All right, next, please. Why people will prefer to choose online shopping rather than going to offline stores? That because of the COVID-19 pandemic situation that makes them more worried about their health. There are some reasons that makes customers prefer online shopping. Next, please. All right, next, please. Next, please. The first reason is online shopping from home also can minimize the spread of COVID-19 virus. The second reason is because of today's technology advancement, people can obtain the information of the product through digital platform anytime and anywhere. The last reason is shopping from online also makes transaction faster, easier, and more efficient. Next, please. Digitization is the key SMEs to survive in pandemic situation is because SMEs can promoting their product through digital platform to engage more customers, decrease human error and operational costs. There are fewer human error and operational costs are reduced due to the decreased need for human research. Digitization of SMEs can boost the quality and swiftness of work. If the SMEs are digitized, SMEs may be sustainable. Sustainability is a must for all business in all industry. It can boost business efficiency. Next, please. Technology for the sustainability of SMEs. Technology make the business process more efficient because process takes less time and work and reach of the finalization faster, which results in a lesser amount of resource consumed and money saved. And technology for the sustainability of SMEs can make higher process efficiency and lower transaction costs for SMEs itself. Digitalization is higher process efficiency, lower transaction costs, and better control of business operation, both for the individual company and for the network of connected business. Also, SMEs can have better control of business operation because they can monitor the running of their business by the online platform. All right. That's all from our presentation today. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Team 2 for the presentation. Now we move to the Q&A session. Let us invite our two judges first to give their question and also suggestion for Team 2. So judges, time is yours. And maybe we can start with Mr. Abdul Hakim. Now you can answer question.
Okay, thank you. It was such a speedy presentation, right? You pour so many information in about 10 minutes, but that's all right. Maybe for the next time when you have 10 minutes, you need to prepare less thing to present so we can hear it rather comfortably. But it was such a speedy presentation. Oh, by the way, what you have presented are mainly about information. It seems that you don't put your own opinion on the paper. Now, let me ask your opinion. What do you think about this implementation? Because what you have presented were, description. What about your opinion? Is it true that the implementation of digital innovation will make environment more sustainable? Please answer that question.
Okay, thank you, sir, for the question. Now, Team 2, you can directly answer the question from Mr. Abdul Hakim.
Okay, I will try to answer. So, in my opinion, the implementation of digital innovation, yes, absolutely, give the have a good impact to the economic recovery because it supports SMEs to grow their business through digitalizations. They can sell everything and commerce, so the buyers can buy everything like 24-hour everywhere, like anywhere they can do it. Like before, like if they don't digitalize their business, it will be harder for them to find more customers because nowadays people are more worried about their healthy regarding the COVID-19. So they prefer to choose online platform because it will save from the people and also easier for them to make transactions. That's all for me. Maybe Hani or Jamie want to add something?
Yes, I think I want to add something. Since the COVID-19 pandemic, the old way cannot be sustained to survive in COVID-19 pandemic. Therefore, SMEs should change their way of running their business by digitalize their business using the e-commerce like the online platform like such as Tokopedia, Shopee, and so on. And they can reach more customer through that online platform. And from the data we showed before that, also say that the internet user is increasing year by year. So therefore, the digitalization is the solution for the SMEs to sustain in this situation. Thank you.
And I will make my result, my answer, because if the SMS are digitization, the SMS can reach more customer, which means if the SMS reach more customer, the SMS can take more chance to develop where the SMS also can sustainable in the future. Thank you. Team 1, Team 2, thank you for the answer. Let us refer to Miss Osgay. If you have any question or suggestion for Team 2.
First of all, it was a very nice presentation. Thank you for your effort. You discussed the advantages, some potential advantages of implementation digitalization. For example, online shopping, increasing the online shopping, decreasing the transaction cost, and some other advantages of implementing digitalization. Is there any drawbacks of implementation digitalization? Is there any potential drawbacks? What do you think about this issue?
Okay, Team 2, you can answer right now.
Okay. Yeah, actually, every system there will be the weakness in that. Through the online platform or digitalization, of course, we will give some personal data of ourselves. So actually, it's quite risky for us to share the data. Some bad people might use it for the bad thing that we, of course, we don't want to get the bad impact from this. Therefore, I think to overcome this problem, it needs the government policy and the security to involve to limit and give the law towards the like IT or the some people that will use the data wrongly. Therefore, when we come to this digitalization, it is important. The government role is also important to overcome this problem. I think that's all. Maybe Nabila or Jamia want to add some.
I have to add some point in here. I think implementation as digitalization on SMEs in Indonesia itself, for example, have some drawback, like not all the SMEs actor are ready for the digitalization, because not all the actor of SMEs have same technology thing. Like not all SMS actor have internet, or not all the SMS actor know how to put the strategy when they sell their product on the internet itself. I think that's all the drawback of implementation digitalization in SMEs. That's all from me.
Okay.
Okay, I will add something. So I think that there is always a negative for this kind of digitalization. So like when we want to buy something online, we cannot touch it. Like we don't know how the product. We just know the product only by like review the customer before. So it's quite difficult for us to buy something like out of our expectation or either lower of our expectation. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Team 2, for the answer. Is there any additional opinion or advice from the judges?
No, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, judges. Now, I will give the opportunity for the audience to give or ask any question for this team. Okay, thank you, Team 2, for your great presentation. Okay. The next team will be Team 3 with the title Food Security from Putri Liana from Universitas Islam Indonesia and Ismayana Dwinanda Putri from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Team 3, time is yours, and your 10 minutes will be counted from now. Ready?
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and greeting to all of us, honorable to the judges, committee member, and all of audience in this Zoom meeting. Today we are from Team 3 will present the result of our call for paper entitled The Importance of Food Security for Indonesia National Economic Recovery. Before getting into the main point, let me introduce myself first. I'm Putri Liana from University of Islam Indonesia, and my partner is Ismayana Dwinanda Putri from University of Islam Indonesia. Next slide, please. The main topic of discussion in this presentation are background, literature review, and analysis and research. Next slide. Let me start by giving you some background about the food security. Next. The condition of fulfilling food for the state to individual is reflected in the availability of sufficient food, both in quantity and quality, safe, diverse, nutritious, equitable, and affordable, and does not conflict with religion and community culture to live healthy, active, and productive in a sustainable manner. That is what is explained in Law Number 18 of 2012. However, are the current condition is still in line with those described in the law? Next. Pandemic result in supermarket shelves being emptied all over the world to the detriment of more vulnerable members of society. This occurs in many countries with stable supply chains and high levels of food security. Even though the chaos has largely subsided as countries dealt with multiple waves of COVID-19, food security remains a major problem across the world, according to a new report from Economic Intelligence Unit's 2020 Global Food Security Index. It appears that several G20 member countries are in moderate performance status, which means that the country's food availability is at a moderate level, not bad but not good either. Member countries that are in this status are Indonesia, India, and South Africa. In particular, for Indonesia, national food security is experiencing in decline from 2020. In 2019, before the pandemic, the food security number in Indonesia was 62 out of 100. In 2020, Indonesia food security figure is based on the Global Food Security Index, showed a decrease so that it was only around 59.5%. Next. Furthermore, based on the data books review in 2020, for the first time, Indonesia was in the moderate category of hunger, that is 90.1. Based on trend in previous year, the level of hunger in Indonesia always gets point in the range of 22. COVID-19 has shaken food security and alleviated hunger in Indonesia. Next. Based on the explanation, it appears that it is important to pay attention to food security issues because the current world condition shows a tendency for food security to occur. Food security is closely related to the achievement of 3 goals in the SDGs agenda, that is poverty eradication, zero hunger, and good health. Food security also has strategic implications for the social stability and national politics of a country because it relates to the most basic needs for the life of every human being and the basis of growth, economic growth, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Of course, there are several literature reviews to support this paper. The first is next. The first is food security is a condition in which everyone at all times has the social and economic gain access to safe and nutritious food so that it is sufficient to meet the body's need in accordance with its expectation in order to continue to live a healthy life as usual. Previous, please. Okay, next. Zero hunger is one of the interesting points of the SDGs because when the target is achieved, it means that almost no one is malnourished, based on SOPHI 2021. Next. Economic recovery is the cyclical rate of a company after a recession, which is characterized by a long-term sustainable use of the growth of the company interest. It is from the Investopedia team 2021. Next is explained by Nanda.
Okay, thank you, Putri. So I'm going to explain a few things here. Next, please. Okay, we all know that SDGs have 17 important points that are trying to be realized. However, if this food problem is not resolved, the state of food security and nutrition in the world estimates that goal number 2 will be difficult to realize. If goal number 2 is difficult to realize, then what about the realization of the first goal? Next. Then, come the latest facts regarding the impact of the current conflict. The World Food Programme's warning that the conflict in the Ukraine threatens food security and will even trigger the wave of hunger. Global food and fuel prices have risen sharply since the beginning of the conflict. Overall, nearly 50 countries depend on Russia and Ukraine for more than 30% of their wheat import. Next. Then how about Indonesia? Indonesia is one of the developing countries that depend on the agricultural and food sectors for its economy. COVID-19 gives new fears. Of course, in addition to the food problems, which has not been resolved for a long time, COVID-19 puts the greatest pressures and implications on the food sector in Indonesia. Starting from the problem of the food crisis into hunger and poverty are ready to happen at any time. Next, please. Okay. As mentioned earlier, food security looks from several aspects. In addition to sufficiency, security, there are some aspects of food equity and affordability. The mobility restriction policies imposed to prevent the spread of the virus disrupt the food supply chain from the food production, distribution until consumption. Physically, the restriction imposed on regions have difficult distribution access and cannot reach remote area. And financially, it is difficult for the community to meet their food needs due to lost income or even unstable price, which have an impact on the welfare of the people who works in the supply chain. Next. Okay. By calculation, data show that pandemic could increase the poverty rate from 9.2% at 2019 to 9.7% in the mild scenario, or 16.7% in the worst case scenario at the end of 2020. That means there is an additional between 1.3 million and 19.7 million Indonesia categories as underprivileged, eliminating poverty alleviations effort in the last few decades. Next, please. Okay, so is food security very important for Indonesia? The food sector plays a role in encouraging economic recovery for agrarian country. This sector has been proven to be able to create large employment opportunities so that the ability to absorb unemployment is extremely high. Based on BPS, Sakernas data February, of the total workforce, the agricultural sector absorbs the most labor with a contribution of 29.6%. Even for an agricultural country, this sector can contribute quite a lot of tax revenue. Even in 2020, BPS recorded GDP of agricultural sector at the 0.75%. Okay, next. So, what can we do now? First, expansion of new areas and expansion of territory in addition of new land, not only for rice, but also for horticultural plantations. Indonesia has also introduced a food estate program outside of Java. Second, modern agricultural development, sustainable bio-industrial farming system to achieve food security and farmer welfare. And the last, run various support programs, stabilization of food price and supply, development of horticultural areas, growth and development of farmer and fishermen, cooperation and distribution. Okay, in the conclusion, if Indonesia or a food-dependent country economically wants to start an economic recovery, then the most important thing to pay attention is food security. Food security is an important chain because it is the main variable that can cause further problems such as poverty, unemployment, hunger, malnutrition, and even crime. Therefore, food security is needed as the basic so that a country can start its economic recovery perfectly, especially Indonesia. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Team 3, for your great presentation. Now, we move to Q&A session. Let us invite our two judges first to give their question and also suggestion for Team 3. So judges, time is yours. And maybe right now we can start with Ms. Oske.
Thank you for the good presentation. You suggested an action plan for developing the agricultural production at last. It was very nice. I would like to ask the agricultural production in Indonesia and how about the import and export activities? Because you discussed some things, the production is not sufficient for Indonesia, am I right? And is there any activities, import or export activities, and how about the production, agricultural production in Indonesia?
Team 3, you can answer the question from Ms. Oske.
Okay, thank you for the question. I will try to answer the question. For the agriculture from Indonesia is the most larger is rice. And Indonesia import and export rice to other countries. And because the effect of the pandemic era, it is affected the import rice. So it is also give impact to the food security in Indonesia. Also because Indonesia are the agriculture countries, and of course this will be the more main focus for economic recovery in the food sector, because in Indonesia itself, the sector is resilient sector that always grows positively and has even become a cushion for the country economy during the COVID-19 pandemic. Maybe there is additional from Nanda.
Thank you.
No additional from me. Thank you, Putri.
Thank you for your response.
Let us deliver to Mr. Abdul Hakim if you have any question for team 1, team 3.
Yes, I have questions. First, congrats to this team for such good presentation. A simple question: how do we know that the food security in a certain country, like in Indonesia, for example, is in danger? How do we know that? How do we measure that? Estimate that?
Okay, team 3, you can answer right now.
I'm sorry, sir. You repeat the question?
Okay, a simple question. How do we know our food security is in danger?
Okay, I will try to answer. As we know, not in Indonesia, in the world, now has a pandemic, yes, that is COVID-19, and it's give big impact to food security in Indonesia and other countries, because there is like PPKM in Indonesia itself. It's also give big impact to the food security, because many agriculture sector and the food sector that is cannot give a good producent like this. Maybe there something additional from Nanda.
Hold a second. Do you think that Indonesia is now in a bad situation in terms of the food security? Our food security is in danger.
I think no, because it is undeniable that Indonesia rice also imports, but this is also our focus, because Indonesia is a rice consumer. There are so many people who cannot get an example rice or oil or something like that. And then in this era of COVID pandemic, the food supply experienced extreme disruptions, and some agricultural commodity costs have decreased. So the lower network activity caused demand for food to increase as well. So many culinary sectors are not running their business, so that I think that cause of food security decrease in Indonesia.
Is there any common measure, like for pricing? For example, we have consumer price index, we have inflation, for example. What about food security? If you become the president of Indonesia, for example, you need to state that our food security is not in danger or in danger. So the question remains, do we have a measure, such an index, to say that we are okay in terms of food security, or we are in danger in terms of food security? Do we have such measure, do you think? Looks like you mentioned some index just now in your presentation. Is it true or not?
It's index for poverty.
Oh, not index for food security.
Oh no.
Okay.
Well, we just put food security when scarcity doesn't happen, and then food security is safe, like that.
Okay. At least there is some clue about that. That will be from me, Miss MC. Time's yours.
Okay. Is there any additional opinion or advice from the judges?
Not from me.
Thank you, judges. Now, I will give the opportunity for the audience to give or ask any question for this team. Okay, thank you, Team 3, for your great presentation. The next will, Team 5, with the title Contribution of Effect Pre-Process to Post-Process, a payment method feature in electronic commerce or e-commerce against economic recovery. From Devastia Ade Ima Dividianingrum from Universitas Islam Indonesia and Melinda Ayu Tiara from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Team 5, time is yours, and your 10 minutes will be counted from now on.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello everyone, from Group 5 and the member is me, Melinda Ayu Tiara, and my friend Devastia Ade Ima Dividianingrum, and we both from Diploma Program of Management, Islamic University of Indonesia. Now we will present about our paper. The title is Contribution of Effects Pre-Process to Post-Process, a payment method featured in electronic commerce or e-commerce against economic recovery. Without any further ado, we will start this presentation. Next, please. Okay, we start from the background. As we know, the development of science and technology in the economic world was accompanied by the Industrial Revolution. In the Industrial Revolution 4.0 era, development began to significantly affect people's lives, especially in economic. One form of the utilization of technological advancement is the increasing growth of many digital platforms, such as electronic commerce or e-commerce. Of course, in e-commerce cannot stand alone without the support of other features, including payment features. And this payment system make it easy for customers and sellers to make an online transaction. Next, please. Okay, we move to literature review. There is first digitalization, e-settlement and AC for in Kumorojati GS Mardika GP 2020 digitalization or digital transformation, referring to the changes that are associated with technological implementations in all aspects of human society. And second is a payment method. Payment method has two words, payment and method. In Kamus Besar Bahasa Indonesia or KBBI, a method is a system of operation that facilitates the operation in order to achieve the desired goal, and whereas payment is a process, a way, and making payments. Then third is a digital era. A digital era is a time when all aspects of life take more benefits from digital media and technology. Next, please. Then the fourth is e-commerce. In the book that's called E-commerce, Suatu Pengantar Bisnis Digital, the meaning of e-commerce is a distribution, purchasing, selling, the marketing of goods and services through electronics like internet or television, www or World Wide Web, and another computer network. Then the last one is courier. In KBBI, the meaning of courier is a messenger who delivers an important thing quickly. Next, please. Okay, analysis in research result. Referring to the Ministry Coordinator of the Economy of the Republic of Indonesia, a study from Google, Temasek BEM & Co. stated 41.9% of the total economic digital transaction in ASEAN is from Indonesia. And the number of internet users around the world, 45 billion. More than 60% of the world's population already uses the internet. Okay.
Okay, I will continue. Before the process, in this process, when someone before using the payment feature, many people to develop their innovation is creating digital marketing application and the web and platform user for transaction activities. In the transaction, there is a payment method feature can be arranged as decided before reaching the final stage of booking. Before being able to use payment methods, of course, we are required to understand in advance about the internet, media, example, a smartphone, and e-commerce application that will be used. And then we must understand how to download, install, and register our personal account in the online transaction application to be used. Okay, next. Next, please. Okay. Before. Current or process. In this process, when we're using the payment method feature, option in the payment method feature that is widely used today are payment options from banks, retail outlets, e-wallet, and also cash on delivery. Inside, there are several ways to pay, and user can choose what they want. From December 2019 to November 2020, the expansion of collaboration with e-commerce and fintech succeeded in increasing the number of top cash top-up transactions and posted 280% increase in transaction volume and increased transaction by 197% year to date. Real application partner with various retail outlets for success in the transaction process. It can also be a way for public recognition of digital transaction and will stimulate public awareness of the ease of non-cash payments. Next. Okay. After post-process, in this process, when we already using the payment method feature, indirectly the effect of process payment methods in e-commerce can provide job vacancies as courier for the purpose of shipping goods. The pattern of partnership established so far between e-commerce drivers and applicator providers is a serious concern of the central government through the Ministry of Manpower or Kementerian Ketenagakerjaan. Okay, next. There is a benefit will come from a payment methods. First, raising literacy of digital and financial technology or fintech. Because before using a payment method feature, someone must understanding about internet, use smartphone, and operate the e-commerce application. Second, utilization of retail and advertiser. The payment method was able to increase the performance of retail outlets that partnered with e-commerce platform. Third, create jobs. Creation of job opportunities as courier and customer service. And then last of benefit, can make a return payment. If a product doesn't fit what the consumers need, the consumer can return it to a seller with the existing return rules. And then from our previous presentation, it can be concluded that the result of the writing of this paper aim to determine the best before until after the use of the payment method feature and also explain the benefit generated by the method. This is included in the realization of economic recovery in accordance with the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, point number 8, namely decent work and economic growth. That's all for our presentation, and thanks for attention. If there are any mistakes, we apologize. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Team 5, for a great presentation. Now, we move to the Q&A session. Let us invite our two judges first to give their question and also suggestion for Team 5. Maybe now we can start with Mr. Abdul Hakim. You can ask question.
Thanks for the time. Congrats to the team for the great presentation. You mentioned a lot of things about the benefit from applying the so-called digitalized payment system, right? But as we know that when people are using this platform more and more, on the other side, there is a declining industry, namely the banking system. As we know that banking system are now declining because the way we pay things are now, some of them are replaced by this digital system. The question would be, do you think that the benefit that we can get from this payment system can compensate the declining of banking system? What do you say about that?
Thank you, Mr. Abdul Hakim, for the question. So, Team 5, you can directly answer the question from Mr. Abdul Hakim. Team 5.
Okay, I will. Can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
My signal so bad. The payment method feature, I think can declining this problem, because when we using the payment method feature, people or someone okay, I repeat again. Because when people using payment method feature will raising literacy of digital and financial technology, and then make people to make know digital and more easy to get transaction. Then great job courier and customer service, and utilization of retail and haberdasher, because many customers such as Shopee, Tokopedia, Bukalapak, etc., that partner with retail in the payment that payment.
Okay, thank you. The last one was good. you mentioned that even though they develop such a new system, but actually it is still related to the conventional banking system. Yes, I'm happy with your answer. That will be all from me. Thank you. Back to Ms. MC. Time's yours.
Okay, thank you for the answer for Team 5. So let us deliver to Ms. Oske if you have any question or suggestion for Team 5.
Thank you for your presentation. I wonder what kind of innovations do the digital systems bring about, especially for economic sustainability?
Sorry, can you?
What kind of innovations can these digital systems bring about for economic sustainability, for example? What are the advantages or what are the innovations of implementing these digital systems? For example, for economic situation. What do you think? For example, these innovations, these systems is good about to GDP, for increasing GDP of the country. What are some potential, what can be some potential contributions of these digital systems?
Team 5, you can answer right now.
Okay, because technology is growing and everyone will use the technology. And this is, I think, can grow economic in Indonesia or other country.
Okay.
Any questions?
Okay, thank you for the answer, Team 5. And thank you, judges, for the question. Now, I will give the opportunity for the audience to give or ask any question for this team. Okay, thank you, Team 5, for your great presentation. And the last team that will present today is Team 7 with the title Pro-Environment Economic Recovery through Strengthening Digital Ecosystem in Supporting the MSME Sector Go Global. From Maya Nur Oktaviani from Universitas Islam Indonesia and Muhammad Rakil Santoso from Universitas Islam Indonesia. Team 7, time is yours. Your 10 minutes will be counted from now on.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In this occasion, we want to deliver about our call for paper competition with the title is for Environmental Economic Recovery through Strengthening Digital Ecosystem in Supporting the MSME Sector Go Global. Next, please. Before that, let me introduce our team. My name is Muhammad Gesantiso from Universitas Islam Indonesia, and the next me is Maya Nur Octaviani from Universitas Indonesia. Next, please. This occasion, we wanna deliver about our outline. There are 3 points in this outline. First one is clarity, background, and research. Second one is literature review, and the last one is analysis in result. Next, please. Okay, we're gonna move to clarity, background, and research. Technology was created to help and facilitate the fulfillment of the need of human life to be more effective. Economic recovery will be better if it is accompanied by environmental conservation. Based on current conditions, the policy of sustainable economic recovery will be realized among other things. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic has become a very big new challenge for Indonesia during hopes and effort to realize a more advanced economic improvement. Increased emissions that trigger climate change will also threaten economic productivity. The MSME sector is one sector that has great opportunities and has competitiveness. Next, please.
Okay, the next literature review our paper. Indonesian Ministry of Finance 2020, the contraction was caused by a decrease in household consumption due to social restriction, which caused many business sectors to experience a decline. The term digital economy was first introduced by Tapscott 1997. According to Tapscott, the digital economy is a phenomenon that affects the economic system, which phenomenon has characteristics as a sphere of intelligence that include information, access to various information instruments, information capacity, and information processing. Next. Environmental cost curve. In this story, we can see that in the early stage of economic growth, degradation and pollution experience a significant increase. However, it will experience a negative trend when per capita income reaches a point which is into certain variable. Woodall et al. 2020 state that climate change is predicted to reduce the gross domestic product in the observed countries.
Okay, we're gonna move to analysis research result. There are 5 points in this tool. First one is economic digitalization. The second one is MSME condition during a pandemic. The third one is the potential of MSMEs for the Indonesian economy. The next one is a new perspective on the theory of economic development and environmental conservation. And the last topic is pro-environmental economic recovery effort to support MSME go global. Next, please.
Economic digitization. Technology was created to help facilitate the fulfillment of the needs of human life to be more effective. The use of technology has now covered various fields of life, one of which is in the economic field. Next, please. Tapscott 1997. According to Tapscott, 3 main components of the concept of digital economy. Number 1, e-business infrastructure. That's like is hardware, software, communication network, internet, and human resource. 2, e-business. That is how business purchases are carried out via the internet. 3, e-commerce. That is business transactions are carried out, for example, the transfer of goods in an online business.
The next topic is MSME condition during a pandemic. Based on data from a survey conducted by the United Nations Development Program or UNDP on 3,011 MSMEs in Indonesia in August 2021, there are 24% of MSMEs in Indonesia didn't operate for various reasons, including 35.2% of respondents agreeing that they lack capital for production. the demand for goods decreased drastically. 30.2%, government regulation 27.5%, difficulties in accessing internal finance 4.9%, and difficulties in accessing raw materials 2.2%. Next, please. And around 16 million MSMEs players who have been able to penetrate digital platforms such as e-commerce. Next, please. In this topic, there are 7 challenges faced by Indonesian MSMEs in switching to digital services, including 1, lack of digital innovation, 2, financial reports are not adequate, so it is difficult to obtain financing, 3, low productivity for sustained marketing strategy, 5, permission, 6, product quality, and the last one is mindsetless competition.
The next is the potential of MSMEs for the Indonesian economy. According to the law of the Republic of Indonesia number 20 of 2008 concerning micro, small, and medium enterprises, MSMEs defines micro enterprises are individual-owned business and individual business entities that meet the criteria for micro enterprises. Small-scale enterprises are businesses that are economically productive but stand alone. Next. MSMEs have an important role for the Indonesian economy. Based on data from the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs, note that MSMEs in Indonesia currently reach 64.2 million and have contributed 61.07% to gross domestic product, or worth 8,573.89 trillion. This contribution proved in its ability to absorb labor by 97% and able to absorb about 60.04% of the total investment. COVID-19 has changed the world in many ways. A positive trend that existed before COVID-19 and will continue to be accelerated in the future is digitalization, and MSMEs themselves have the potential to take advantage of this momentum to develop their business locally and globally, according to data from the Ministry of Cooperative and SMEs.
The next topic is a new perspective on the theory, economic development, and environmental conservation. Green growth economy, or green growth theory. Economic growth without compromising the environment is not impossible. The concept is supported by 3 major world institutions, namely the European United Environmental Programme, or UNDP, and NATION, the Economic Cooperation and Development. Proponents of green growth theory assume that every natural resources must be protected to keep it sustainable and can be enjoyed by future generations. Some features who also supported this theory also think that policy to reduce the degradation of natural resources and the environment can achieve environmental resiliency without compromising economic growth and can even help stimulate growth. Next, please. The last topic is pro-environmental economic recovery effort to support MSME go global. There are 5 points in this topic. First one is allocation of funds related to goods that contribute a lot of carbon emission. There need to be an allocation of funds related to goods that contribute a lot of carbon emission, such as fuel subsidy. However, on the other hand, state spending, which has a relatively low contribution, need to be allocated to the maximum. With the reallocation of funds in this section, it is hoped that the negative impact of the carbon emission will be minimized. In this case, it's necessary to review the low carbon development budget maps so that allocation of funds can be channeled properly on target. The next topic is green technology. Encouragement to invest in environmentally friendly power plants such as PLTEs in aim to reduce the use of coal as the main raw material of power plant. Thus, carbon gas emission will be reduced and air pollution problem can be minimized.
Number 3, more robust government regulation.
I'm sorry, Team 7, the time is up.
Okay, thank you.
So now, thank you for the presentation. Now we move to the Q&A session. Let us invite our two judges first to give their question and also suggestion for Team 7. So judges' time is here, and maybe now we can start with Ms. Oske.
Thank you for the informative presentation. I would like to ask, what kind of a relationship can be between the economic recovery and environmental quality? Is there a positive relationship between them or negatively affect economic recovery, negatively affect on the negative effect on environmental quality? What do you think about the direction of the relationship between the two concepts?
Pardon, Miss, we couldn't catch your point. Pardon? We couldn't get your point, yes?
I'm asking that. What kind of relationship can be between economic recovery and environmental quality or environmental degradation?
Okay.
How affects economic recovery the environmental quality? What do you think about, is there a positive relationship between them or is there a negative relationship? What do you think about the relationship between the two concepts?
Okay, let me answer your question. In my opinion, there is positive impact from the part of the relation. First one is emission gas is a big issue in the world. With recovery economic, we can reduce it to be better, and environment in our life will be better if we choose the recovery economy. For example, land degradation that country to increase due to the negative influence of industrialization has resulted in worsening environmental conditions. This also make economic actors feel the negative impact of the activities. In this case, the relation between the environment and economic growth has long been embodied in a theory known as a environmental Kundrat curve, like we explained before. In this theory, we can see that in the early stage of economic growth, degradation and pollution experienced a significant increase. However, it will experience a negative trend when per capita income reach a point which is influenced by certain variable. In this hypothesis, the theory assumes that a developing country is too poor to be green. This is assumed in Martinez earlier. However, this will change along with the assumption that a clean living environment is believed to be a luxury that can only be achieved if a country is considered rich. This concept of researches limitation and the impact of mass production and consumption of material commodities on the environment. In subsequent development, there is a concept that has a different true from the ECAC theory, namely the green growth theory. Economic growth without compromising the environment is not possible, like we explained before. Properness of green growth theory assumes that every natural resources must be protected. This is instead to keep it sustainable and can be enjoyed by future generations. That is our explanation about your question. Is that answer it? Miss?
Yes, thank you for your response.
I will try.
It was a good explanation.
I will try to answer. I also think it has a positive relationship because climate change will affect the economy. With abnormal climate will affect the condition of agriculture, navigation, industry, and tourism.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the answer. And let us deliver it to Mr. Abdul Hakim. If you have any question or suggestion for Team 7.
Sorry, I was muted. Yes, please. I have some one or two questions. Number one is that you mentioned in your title about digital ecosystem in the title of the paper, but you did not mention at all in the paper itself. So, what is digital ecosystem actually?
Okay, let me answer your question, sir. So, economic digitalization, the development of an increasingly complex era requires humans to always innovate to create technology. Technology was created to help and facilitate the fulfillment of the need of human life to be more effective. The use of technology has now covered various fields of life on which is in the economic field. It can be seen from the use of cash registration in stores, the use of e-money, e-commerce, and other. The use of technology in the economic field has given rise to the term economic digitalization, which is a condition in which economic activities are carried out by utilizing information and communication technology assistance, but in buying and selling transaction, marketing, and other economic activity. In this case, was explained by the scientists, namely Tapsot, like we explained before, that they agreeing that digital economy is a phenomenon that affect the economic system, which phenomenon has characteristic as a sphere of intelligence that include information, access to various information instrument, information capacity, and information processing. The component of the digital economy that have been identified for the first time are e-commerce, distribution of goods and services, and the ICT industry. According to the Thomas Masberg, like we explained it in our paper, there are three main components of the concept of digital economy. There are a business infrastructure, a business, and the last is e-commerce. The digital economy developed along with technological development and was created with the aim of facilitating activities to fulfill human needs. There are many benefits that can be used with the digital economy.
Hold a second.
One of the benefits, yes, sir.
Are you reading something?
No, sir.
I ask you a simple question. What is digital ecosystem?
Developed along with technological development and was created with the aim of facilities and activities to fulfill human needs. There is a simple answer.
Okay. And how will this digital ecosystem help preventing the environment?
Okay. By the technology, we can do anything without coming into the shop, especially in official in our offline shop. So with the digital economy, we can buy and selling by smartphone. So it can be help to transaction in this area, sir.
Okay, I think that will be enough from me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you Team 7 for answering the question, and thank you judges to asking question. And now I will give the opportunity for the audience to give or ask any question for this team. Thank you Team 7 for your great presentation. That was the last performance for Call for Paper team. For judges, you can fill the score in the spreadsheet for their paper and also presentation right away, so it can be calculated to choose the best three from the final and it will be announced soon. Thank you so much to our beloved judges, committee, and also participants who contribute to this competition. I hope all the team will get their best score for their great presentation. Alright guys, during the different time in Indonesia, right now is already the time for Asar prayer. We will have a break about 20 minutes before moving on the business plan competition. So stay tuned for the next agenda.
Recording stopped.
Thank you, Keisha. Okay. The next agenda is business plan competition. Good luck for the representative and hope you will get the best result. For Randy Marcelino, the forum is all yours.
Well. Thank you, Ms. Miftah, for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Magandang hapon, Nasil Sinis. I hope you all in a good and healthy condition. Previously, we have already done call for paper presentation with such a great performance. Now, we are moving into the session of the business plan proposal presentation. We can't wait to see what business plan teams have already prepared for another great idea in a business that they will present today. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself as the moderator for this session. I am Randy Marcelino, Accounting Department student, batch 2019, Business and Economics Faculty, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Before we start the presentation, I'd like to introduce 3 great judges from each university that already present with us today. Number 1, Secretary of the Undergraduate Accounting Study Program, Faculty of Business and Economics, Universitas Islam Indonesia. Good afternoon, Mr. Rifki Muhammad.
Okay, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam, sir.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to you too. And the number 2, Associate Dean Program Chair for Accountancy and Business Administration, BS, Commerce, major in Accountancy from Mapua University. Good afternoon, Ma'am Fenji.
Sorry, I was on a muted mode. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. So good luck to our participants and to all of us. Have a good day. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. And the last one, lecturer at University Islam Sains Malaysia. Good afternoon, Mr. Maud Sakur Harun.
Okay, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and very good afternoon. Okay, just say hi and all the best to all the participants. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. We also have 5 chosen top teams that already prepare the great ideas to be delivered at today's session. I want to make sure that all of the team already present today. So I will ask for every team to raise their hand in the Zoom. For team 4, please raise your hand. Okay. For team 6, please raise your hand. Okay. For team 8, please raise your hand. Okay, looks like team 8 already raised their hand. And team 11, please raise your hand. Okay, the last one, team 21, please raise your hand. Okay, it looks like all of them already in this room. Thank you so much, guys, for your cooperation. I want to remind you that this year, business plan proposal bring up the theme that is called the G20 SDGs Outlook, how the country recovers the post-pandemic economy. And there will be some rules during this session. Number 1, the order of the presentation will be carried out based on the announcement that is already listed and cannot be contested. Number 2, The time given to present the business plan proposal is 10 minutes for each team, and there will be another 10 minutes for Q&A session after the presentation. So the maximum time will be 20 minutes, which will count down since the opening of the presentation. Number 3, each participant who is part of this forum is allowed to ask questions to the presenting group within the time specified by the moderator. Number 4, the Q&A session will be given to the educator first, and it will be open to the public after completing the question from the assessment board. Number 5, the participant can ask a question by sending a raise hand notification to the main room or typing a question in the column chat box. Number 6, all participants in this forum are required to turn their cameras on, or the moderator will assume that the participant is not present in this forum. The last one, all participants are only allowed to unmute the microphone when directed by a moderator. I would like to remind the judges, you can fill the score for proposal and presentation in the spreadsheet that are already prepared by the committee in the Google Drive. So when student event is end, the committee can calculate the result after that. And also, I would like to remind the presenting group about it's important to have a business plan proposal. It's very good, but don't forget to present very well because it will increase your score. Okay, without any further ado, let's start this competition with the first team performance. This team, their service is very helpful for the fresh graduate and makes them easier to track and apply for jobs are available and suitable for them. The first team is team number 4 with the title First Experiences with a Future Job, with team members Adinda Dewi Rahmatul Hasanah from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Amalia Putri Rohman from Universitas Islam Indonesia, and the last one, Rose Isable Minaklang from Malayan College Laguna. Team 4, time is yours. Your 10 minutes will be countdown from now on.
Okay, thank you for the moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all honorable judges and audiences. We are from Group 4, which consists of Ms. Isabel Rosmani Klang, Ms. Adida Dewi Rahmatul Hasanah, and myself, Amalia Putri Rohman. We would like to present our business plan with the title, First Experience with Future Job. Next slide, please. And here's the list of the topics that were presented by us. Next slide, please. Introduction to Future Job. Next slide, please. So, the surge of pandemic has resulted in an adverse effect on the economic operation of every nation. According to United Nations, the unemployment rates have grown by 6.5%, a rate that reflects the job losses of more than 33 million individuals worldwide. Correspondingly, incomes of numerous employed and self-employed workers have severely decreased. Therefore, this is a sign that the disruption has depleted the economic productivity and even impelled poverty and hunger in multiple societies. Next slide, please. Due to the pandemic as well, college students experience challenges in a landing internship position, and with most employers canceling internship programs, the competition intensives between internship-seeking students. Nowadays, countries are constantly adapting to the new normal, yet the reality of enrolling for an internship for college students adheres as an obstacle for first-timers. Next slide, please. In response to these problems, we present to you the software application, Future Job. So, Future Job is a mobile application that has an existing purpose to assist and connect credible businesses and young, aspiring college students with regard to their particular internship-related concerns. Next slide, please.
So about the product benefits, Future Job offer a number of product benefits. So firstly, for the college students, they have free access in using the application, and they can filter and research vacant internship position by typing the program that they are currently taking in college. Next slide, please. And then the application also enables students to upload resumes, curriculum vitae, and the other files that state their knowledge, skills, abilities, competency, and suitability for the position. And the software also offers courses such as digital marketing, graphic designing, and other educational materials that could train, develop, and enhance the strengths and competency of the prospect. Next slide, please. And about the businesses, employers can create internship slots where the employer can stipulate the tasks, duties, responsibilities, requirements, and the relevance of the position towards the viewer or applicant. And the employer can also state the working condition, salary, and other circumstances that the applicant should expect by taking the internship position. Next slide, please. Aside from the feature, employers can also devise lessons and educational materials that could train and develop the curriculum of those applicants and hire student interns. And lastly, they are able to skim the students who are qualified for the position based on the resumes, CVs, and other files that they have uploaded. Next slide, please. So, overall, Future Job is beneficial for clients for usage due to the informative data in work career as well as the convenience and accessibility it will provide to college students and businesses. So the next slide will be presented by my teammates. Easy, time is yours.
Product excellence. Next slide, please. So with the benefits mentioned by my colleague, Future Job would be able to furnish a remedy towards college students when it comes to the difficulties they experience in seeking vacant internship positions. Next slide, please. Future Job would be able to serve as a medium as well towards employers in selecting qualified applicants in respective to their organizational needs. Next slide, please. And lastly, Future Job would be able to provide employment and elevate productivity and economic growth. Next slide, please. Product sustainability. Next slide, please. Future Job intends to assist and connect credible businesses and young aspiring college students with regard to their particular internship-related concerns. So the product is sustainable enough to be used on a yearly basis since internship activities are prevalent in between college, universities, and businesses every year. Next slide, please. So how does the product work? So we will display to you the product design that we have come up for Future Jobs. In college students for choosing internship, the first thing they'll do is to sign up or log in using their email account and password in order to be directed to the Future Job homepage. By selecting the internship tab, the college student would get a glimpse of the list of the companies who are offering internship vacant positions that is aligned to the current college program they are taking. By choosing a company, they would get a view of the description about the position. And if they are interested in taking the internship position, they must fill up the student application. They must indicate their name, email, motivation, and short description about themselves, and even upload documents such as curriculum vitae, resumes, certificates, and other files that emphasize their strengths, capability, and suitability for the position. And once the student completes this, Future Job will give a confirmation to the student that all of the information he or she presented is already sent to the employer. Next slide, please. For college students in choosing courses, again, they will sign up or log in using their email and password in order to get to the Future Job homepage. By choosing the courses tab, they will get a view of the available courses that is aligned to their college program. So by choosing a course, they will get a view of the brief description about the course. And in order to unlock the course materials, they must first fill up the mode of payment. indicating their name, email, and their preferred mode of payment. So once the applicant completes this information, Future Job will give a confirmation to them that they will be able to use the course materials given. Next slide, please. On the other hand, for businesses in creating internship slots, the first thing they'll do is to sign up or log in using their email and password in order again to be directed to the Future Job homepage. By tapping on the internship tab, they will get a view of the vacant slots and occupied slots. They also have the option to create a new internship slot. In creating a new internship slot, they must indicate the college programs of those students who are qualified to take those vacant internship positions. They must also indicate the tasks, duties, responsibilities, salary, workplace conditions, and other requirements, in particular to that vacant internship position. And once this business completes this information, Future Job will give a notification to the employer that the slot number is already confirmed, created, and available for the public. Next slide, please. And lastly, for business in creating courses, again, they will sign up or log in using their email and password in order to be directed to the Future Job homepage. By choosing the courses tab, they will get a view of the existing courses slots they have created before. They also have the option again to create a new course slot by indicating the title of the course, the brief description about the course, and upload any course materials such as documents, videos, and other files that could strengthen, enhance, and increase the capability of the applicant. So once the business completes this, Future Job again will give a confirmation to the business that the existing course is already created and available for the public. Next slide, please. So with the action of assisting and connecting businesses and college students with regards to their internship problems, Future Job considers the possibility of converting college students into employees in the same organization where they have conducted their internship activities. By doing so, we believe that Future Job would be able to contribute as to the economy's productivity, efficiency, and enhancement. Thank you, and that would be all.
Well, that was stunning presentation from Team 4. They proved that they can present their business plan very well. For your information, there is additional information about the Q&A session time. We already changed the Q&A session time from 10 minutes to 15 minutes because we have 3 judges. So let's move to the Q&A session. Let's invite our 3 judges first to give their question or suggestion for Team 4. Maybe Mr. Rifki Muhammad can give some question to Team 4 first.
Okay, thank you. First, congratulations for the Future Job. I think it's an interesting idea, but maybe I have 2 questions. The first is, what is actually the difference this platform and the other platform, the existing platform? I think we know many platforms, same with your platform.
So unlike other applications that is already existing in the market, Future Job is more focused on solving internship problems as well as creating internship opportunities for both clients. It also has the sense of convenience, accessibility, and it is easy to utilize and navigate since it only requires for the user to do the 5 steps that we have presented earlier.
Okay, thank you. For the second question is, how is your strategy to link industry and the university?
Okay, for link the industry and university, we would like to ask the government to support our application because our application related with SDGs that will decrease unemployment in this world. So that's it.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, that was very nice answer from Team 4. Is there any question from the judges or advice? Maybe Mr. Shakur Harun or Ma'am Fenji can start.
Can I ask a question? Okay, thank you very much for the presentation, a very nice presentation, because for me, the idea from creating first experience with future job is quite interesting for graduate students. But I just want to know, how do you make money from that things? Because in terms to make sure that your system is sustained, you have to make sure that you have some amount of money charged to either to the company or to the student that's seeking for a job. Just to make sure, how do you make sure that you can sustain in the market? Okay, do you have any answer?
So in case for our revenue streams, we have two main sources of our revenue streams. For college students, we are planning to levy them a price of 250 pesos or 82,500 rupiah for taking courses. On the other hand, for businesses, we are planning to levy prices at a price of 500 pesos or 206,250 rupiah for advertising their internship vacant positions using our application and for utilizing the other features of Future Jobs.
Do you have a plan to maybe sell your product or sell your apps to the organization? We take example, you want to sell it to a university, institution, and so on. Because I think they are facing also the same problem for their student to find a job or internship. If you can sell your system to them, maybe you can make a subscription fee and so on. Do you get the idea? You are selling to the individual, but you are selling to organization. Okay. Do you have any plan for that?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, for now, we don't have any plan about that because our vision and mission is a free application that will provide people to get easily job and etc. Because from the reality, a lot of people don't have a job or don't have a chance to have an internship and etc. because of money and etc. like the privilege. So for our application, we would like to give all of the people in this world so they can have an internship experiences and they can have a job like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your answer.
Okay, maybe Ma'am Fenji can give some question.
Wait, I'm muted again. Sorry. Okay. My question to the group is, before I give my question, congratulations for that very creative idea. Although several apps are already in the market, at least you have some innovation that I have observed during your presentation. My question now is, how would you tie it up or market this with the different universities? And one more thing, can you also, I haven't seen any training plan that you will give to a possible student who would be availing of that internship.
So for marketing the application in the public, we are planning to utilize social media marketing such as Instagram, YouTube, and even Facebook in order to save marketing costs and establish a customer base. On the other hand, we are also planning to conduct direct email marketing as well as sales presentations towards businesses and college universities.
So it's only that you will not go further making tie-ups with different schools?
That is
just
the
through
point.
SMS only?
It is not limited to small and medium enterprises, where we are also marketing this application towards those corporations, and we are again, we are conducting sales presentations. So our plan in the marketing department is to conduct sales presentations directly to the universities in order to get negotiations from them, and also encourage college students to use the application in case they are encountering difficulties towards their internship problems.
Okay, thank you for that. How about my second question about the training plan? I haven't seen from your presentation any training plan that you may propose to the future student who will be availing of your internship.
As for the training,
yes.
As for the training plan, we are going to rely on the training plan of the employer, since they will be the one who are recruiting these college applicants. The best thing they will do as a company is to provide them a medium that would connect them to college students.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all from my end.
Okay, is there any question from judges?
Okay, maybe I can ask the last question. Refer back to our first judges question. For the group, have you done a survey about competitive analysis? For example, have you done a survey about another company or another platform that provide almost the same services? And what's unique between your services and others? Do you got the idea? What is your uniqueness of your apps, or we call it future job apps, compared to others apps that have in the market? What is your uniqueness?
Okay, so the unique for our application is we will give the whole list for the first applicant who don't have any experiences. So we will provide them, and we don't have their background and etc. Because for all we know that a lot of people are looking at the background experiences, and they are not all happening because like I mentioned previously, because they don't have privilege money and etc. and etc. So we would like to provide literally free and literally be the first experiences for them, so that it can decrease the unemployment in this world, so reach the goals of SDGs.
In addition to what Leah said, again, as I have stated before in our presentation, by assisting and connecting businesses and college students, Future Job considers again the possibility of converting those college students into employees where they have conducted their internship activities in the same organization.
Okay, thank you very much for your answer. I wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you for the answer, Team 4, and thank you for the question for all the judges. Is there any question from judges? Okay, if there is no... Okay, keep going, ma'am.
Hello, everyone. From my end, that's all.
Okay, enough, I think, for me also.
Okay, I would give the opportunity to the audience to give or ask any question for this team. Is there any question from audience, other teams? Okay, if there is no any question from the audience, thank you Team 4 for your great presentation, and also thank you for the judges for the question. Okay, we will move to the next team. This team has the main objective of their business plan is serve the UMKM or micro business in the agricultural sector in get better through mentoring, marketing, and event. The next team will be team number 6 with the title Agricultural Product Development by Agrify, with team members Hanan Nur Adika from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Mailina Dewi Prabaningrum from Universitas Islam Indonesia, and the last one, Nur Rohma from Universitas Islam Indonesia. For Team 6, time and screen is yours. Your 10 minutes will be countdown from now on.
Okay, so Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, judges. So, ladies and gentlemen, in here we will present about our business, agricultural product development by Agrify. Next, please. So, let me introduce our team. First, me, myself, Hanan Nur Adika. Second, Mailina Dewi Prabaningrum. Third, Nur Rohma. We are from Islamic University of Indonesia. Next, please. So in here, we will present about background and DEMS compatibility, second benefit, third product excellence, four product sustainability, five product design. Next, please.
First, background and DEMS compatibility. Micro, small, and medium enterprises are commonly known as MSME or UMKM in Indonesia. MSME are able to help at create jobs that can reduce unemployment so as to encourage economic growth and help the process of equity and community income. Especially MSME in agriculture are very helpful for the economy in Indonesia. Agricultural MSME in Indonesia have abundant research because Indonesia has fertile soil. In realizing the improvement and development of agricultural MSME, there will definitely be obstacles or problems to be faced. One of the factors is the difficulty of SME in developing and marketing their agricultural product. There are still many farmers who have difficulty developing product from raw material into finished material. And also there are still many farmers who market their product only relying on conventional market, even though in this digital era. Many people prefer to buy product in online store. Next slide, please.
And the second is the benefits of our product. Agrify provides easy access and facilities in Indonesian agricultural micro, small, medium enterprise shows the service with its increased business potential in the future, as well as expand the marketing network of Indonesian agricultural and SME products. First, Agrify provides mentoring and product development through Indonesian agricultural MSME. Here, Agrify facilitates Indonesian agricultural SME through a mentoring program. They can share, convey ideas, as well as experience and digital experience in building their business. Through this mentoring and development program, it is hoped that the Indonesian agricultural MSME will be able to further develop their business so that in the future it will also improve the use of the Indonesia economy. The second, Agrify helps market Indonesian agricultural MSME products into products that are ready to be marketed. So, Agrify will assist Indonesian agricultural MSME in marketing agricultural products into products that are ready to be marketed. The goal is to make agricultural products more developed and make it easier for them to reach for target market. In the third, Agrify brings together fellow Indonesian agricultural MSME through activities organized by Agrifest or Agrify Festival. And so Agrify also provides support to Indonesian agricultural MSME by organizing Agrifest or Agrify Festival. At Agrify, Indonesian agricultural SME will meet each other and this event will be open to the public. Next, please.
Okay, so product excellence of our business is first cooperate with the loan of the production equipment. We have an advantage with other business because we have cooperation with borrowing production equipment. Our goal in borrowing production equipment is to make it easier for our customer to fulfill their production equipment. When we use the production equipment loan service, we have a discount will be imposed on the production equipment loan.
Second group.
Excuse me. So the discount will be imposed on the production equipment loan. So this is expected to help customer in doing production. Second, cooperating with the venture capital providers. We cooperate with the companies providing venture capital. The reason we do this collaboration is to make it easier for our customer to fulfill their business capital. So that customer who don't have capital or have difficult finding out capital to develop products can be helped by using our product development service. That way our customer will have no trouble getting capital gain. Third, cooperate with the research student organization. We collaborated with the campus research organization because we believe that students have creative minds in conducting research. Apart from that, the benefit that students get from working with us, apart from getting material benefit in form of money, they can apply their research to help development agricultural product for entrepreneurs. Next, please. So product sustainability is Indonesia is a vast agricultural country. Agricultural Indonesia has a quite abundant yields, I think, such as tuberous and others. But farmers cannot maximize this potential. Because of this, we are here to help farmers to develop products from their farms. We will help regional agriculture first, and then the future, when agriculture in this area is successful, this will allow the agricultural area to expand. This will allow the agricultural area. So our products here will create a product diversification or make agricultural process product into variety so that they can be liked by community and have higher selling value. And then our product can be also sustainable because we have the economic development of agricultural sector. With the development of processed agricultural product, the demand for agricultural product will increase, and this will cause the price of agricultural products is increased too. With the price of agricultural product increasing, it can make agricultural life more prosperous. Next, please.
So this is the icon of our project, and the name is Agrify. Agrify is a website that aims to develop Indonesian agricultural MSME in line with our vision is of share, will develop, and when the main goal of Agrify is to help Indonesian agricultural MSME through sharing experience, building and developing business with easier access. Next, please.
And this is a front page of the Agrify website. You can search for information through the search column, and there is a login menu to register an account. There is also a contact and a menu about us. On this page, there is also the name of our website, which is Agrify, and the catchword is share, build, develop. Next slide, please.
So this is our feature about Agrify, and the first is the mentoring. So the mentoring is facilities for Indonesian agricultural OMKM or MSME actors to share information with each other. So their ideas, knowledge, and experience in building and developing their business. Second, marketing. So in here, we will helping Indonesian agriculture MSME or UMKM actors in marketing their business to the public through digital marketing. Third, event. This is to bring together fellow Indonesian agricultural UMKM actors through activities organized by Agrify or Agrify Festival. Next, please. So, thanks for your attention for the question.
Okay, thank you for Team 6. That was stunning presentation for Team 6. They proved they can present their business plan very well. Now we move to the Q&A session. Let us invite our 3 judges first to give their question or suggestion for Team 6. Maybe Mr. Shakur Harun can start first.
Okay, congratulations for the Agrify team. Can I call you Agrify team? Okay, you focus on mentoring, marketing, and event. Okay, and then you connect as well as the local farmers, and then you try to market the agriculture product in certain area. Can I get information on which part of Indonesia that you want to focus? Because you say you are agricultural product development, agriculture product development. Because Indonesia quite huge. Which part of Indonesia that you want to focus? Is it Jogja, Jakarta? Do you got the answer for that?
Okay, so our target market is for our Indonesian agricultural, because we will use we will using online, so we can reach agricultural MSME even further in various regions, because our MSME players throughout Indonesia, and this is for our Indonesian.
Because if you want to focus in Indonesia as a whole, Indonesia is quite big. I'm just curious about your manpower. How many manpower do you have just to cover the whole Indonesia? Because if you want to start as a startup, we have to start first in a very specific region, and then after that you can develop and then expand throughout the Indonesia. Okay, what is the key value that you have in your company? What's the key value you have in your company compared to whatever they have in the market? What is the key value?
With different with other business.
Yeah, what's different between you and other business? For example, if I'm investor, I want to invest in your company. Could you give me a reason why I have to invest in your company?
Oh yeah, our company. So yeah, our company is, we will be cooperate with the loan of the production equipment, and second is cooperating with the venture capital providers, and third cooperates with the research student organization. This is the difference about our company and the others.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer.
Okay, sorry.
Okay, is there any question from the judges? Maybe Ma'am Fenji or Mr. Rifki?
Okay, thank you, Homi. I want to know actually what is the characteristic of the agricultural SME that you want, that your target?
Okay, so our target customer are agricultural MSME whose processed products are still simple or have not able to process their agricultural products into products that have higher selling value than the previous products. So we also target MSME business that have a turnover of 2 million rupiah in one month or more. We are targeting this MSME because, of course, with an income of 2 million rupiah in 1 month, we assess if this MSME are ready to invest to develop, because it is too risky for MSME that have an income for 1 million rupiah. We are worried that this MSME will not able to return the capital from the business incubator or borrowing production equipment. Our suggestion for this MSME are, this MSME can use our service, but we advise not use to our facilities such as borrowing production equipment and also borrowing a capital. The facilities we offer only help develop products and also help maximize the marketing. That's all for my answer.
Okay. Once again, you say that you provide 3 services, yeah. mentoring, and then marketing, and also event. If I want to know which one is the first priority of your services and why you choose that.
Our priority is to mentoring, because we realize that agricultural products in Indonesia have the potential to become delicious and healthy processed food. So many agricultural products in Indonesia contain high nutrition and can prevent chronic diseases.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. My turn. Okay, so from my end, I would like to know, I know this is an app wherein the buyer and the seller would virtually meet, right? Am I correct? Hello? Is this similar to something like online selling?
Oh, that's like marketing or?
Yes. Hello?
Yeah, my voice is clear.
My question is, this is an app where a seller, that is the agricultural product, the producer, would be selling his product to the public, correct? Which are the consumers.
Oh, yes, it is correct.
Okay. So with that, how sure or what is the protection of the buyers that what they could see online or on the app is the same quality that what would be delivered to them? Because I have heard several complaints about what they see online or on the introduction of the product. It is very good, it is perfect, but when it is delivered to their end, they get an inferior one. How would how would you go about protecting this aspect, so that the consumers or the buyers would be assured that what they see is what they get? Hello? Isn't it for that app to be successful, the trust of the public must be there? And if that happens, what would be the remedy? Or how are they assured that what they see, as I have said, or what you advertise in the app, is the same quality that they will be getting?
Okay, so we will maintain this aspect by making tutorial for MSME with a video, so they can create the quality of the products.
Again, do you have some screening of your merchandisers or your sellers to protect the right of the buyers? Guys, because that is very important, right? For you to gain loyalty from your customers.
Team 6, can you answer the question?
Okay, wait a minute.
Okay, we will wait for that.
Okay, I will answer your question first. To protect our customer or consumer, we create events in innovation to month from our website. So the customer or consumer can stay with our product.
Okay, thank you for that and congratulations. At least you have a very good idea, very interesting one that would uplift the marketing of our agricultural products. Okay, that's all from my end.
Okay, thank you, Ma'am Fenji. Is there any question from judges?
Okay, I didn't got a question, but I just want to give suggestion for the team. Okay, from the message that we received, the team told that they are more focused on mentoring, right? Okay, for me, you have to make like a priority. Which one is your focus? We just take a priority like priority number 1 is mentoring. Priority number 2 is event. Maybe priority number 3 is marketing. Marketing is mean that you help all the farmers to market their product. And then a question from our judges, number 3, asking like how to make sure that the agricultural product can be freshly delivered to the customer. How do you guarantee that? That's the most important, because whatever we see online, sometimes we see online is quite fresh, but in the end, when what we receive not that fresh product. Okay. In terms of marketing, you have to make sure that the delivery of agricultural products supposed to be fresh and protect in the right way, just to make sure that the customer satisfaction is at 100%. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the suggestion.
Okay, well, thank you for the suggestion, Mr. Sakur Harun. Because the time is lack of time, we will move to the next team. Okay, thank you for the question and also the answer for the presenting group. We will move to the next team. Okay, the next team have the service to serve society, to build a habit and consume a greeny food or healthy food easier. This team is Team 8 with the title Greeny Foods, your environmental friendly and sustainable food delivery service. With team members Reza Mahardika Sulistyo Raharjo from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Isabella Domiku M. Tongson from Malayan College Laguna, and the last one, Nurul Hafizah binti Husani from University Putra Malaysia. Your 10 minutes will be countdown from now on.
All right, thank you to the moderator. So good afternoon to the esteemed judges and attendees of today's event. Magandang hapon po sa inyong lahat. So we are Group 8 presenting our product entitled Greeny Foods, your environmentally friendly and sustainable food delivery service. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, our group consists of members Reza Mahardika Sulistyo Raharjo from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Isabella Dominic M. Tongson from Malayan Colleges Laguna, and Nurul Hafizah binti Husani from University Putra Malaysia. Next slide, please. So with that being said, allow me to begin our presentation with the background. So food delivery service has now become an integral part of people's lives as it provides consumers quick and convenient access to a great deal of food options. And because of this, food delivery and its industry has been grossing a steady rise in demand worldwide. Next slide, please. So according to Online Food Delivery Services Global Market Report from 2020 to 2030, the global online food delivery service industry is expected to grow from $111.32 billion in 2020 at an annual growth rate of 3.36%. However, this promising outlook of the food delivery service industry was immediately obscured with the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Despite the slump resulting from this year, the industry is still expected to grow at an even faster rate and is expected to reach $154.34 billion in 2023 at a compound annual growth rate of 11.51%. And in the near future, the food delivery service industry is even expected to aid in economic recovery and eventually boost economic growth. Next slide, please. So with regards to the given theme, Greenie Foods considers 2 of the 7 Sustainable Development Goals, namely the 8th SDG, which is decent work and economic growth, and the 12th SDG, which is responsible consumption and production. So for the first SDG, the business aims to help provide decent work to citizens. It also aims to serve as an advertising platform for micro, small, medium enterprises to expand their customer base. As a result of both of these objectives, the business would help boost economic growth. And for the second SDG, the business aims to promote an environmentally friendly and sustainable approach to food delivery by utilizing green vehicles or electric vehicles to deliver the food to its customers. So through this objective, the business hopes to influence other businesses to practice responsible consumption and production as well. And as a long-term effect, it would help lessen the pollution brought to our environment and preserve it for the future generations to come. So for the next part, I give the time and floor to my group mate, Reza.
Thank you, Belle. For the product description, Greenie Food is a food delivery service that provides its customer with an array of local food options. Food order can be placed through its app or website, which will be delivered to customer with the business green vehicle that run on electricity so as not to add further to the smoke from regular motor vehicle that pollute our environment. Next slide, please. For the benefit, we have stated 3 of the main product advantages. First, Greenie Food is the first food delivery service business that exclusively utilizes green vehicle to deliver food order to its customer. As a result, it helps lessen the carbon footprint produced by the food delivery service industries due to the excessive use of gasoline for the regular motor vehicle used to delivery food order. Second, unlike its competitor, Greenie Food wouldn't be directly affected by the constant increase of gasoline price, therefore ensuring it continues service and stable profit. Lastly, Greenie Food will change its service at a very affordable amount for the service, and even promos and discount afforded through the partnership with the local food business. Next slide, please. For the product excellence, food delivery service business has been growing at faster rate than traditional restaurant for the last 5 years in Indonesia. Furthermore, Indonesia accounts for the biggest share for the food delivery service industry Southeast Asia, with an estimated gross merchandise value of $3.7 billion in 2020. This data shows the profitability of food delivery service business in Indonesia. Apart from that, currently, there is only 1 restaurant for approximately every 1,000 people in Indonesia. This shows the great potential of food delivery service business, including Greenie Food, to flourish in Indonesia in the long run. Next slide, please. Apart from the data, Greenie Food has 2 strengths as a business. First, it will bring forth an environmentally friendly and sustainable change to food delivery service industry through the use green vehicle to deliver order to customer. Second, it's impervious to gasoline price hikes since the business will exclusively be utilizing green fuel. Therefore, its operation and profit will not be directly affected by the constant increase in gasoline price. The business also has two opportunities. First, it has great potential in Indonesia with steady growth demand for food delivery service. Second, the presence of many micro, small, and medium food enterprises in Indonesia. So, a promising web of food business partnership. For the next part, I give the time and floor to my grandmate, Nurul.
Thank you, Reza. So, Greeny Foods will be established in expected August 2022 in Jakarta, Indonesia. So, this location was chosen due to its being a densely populated area where there are many students and employees, which will be a great opportunity for us to provide the consumer with their food delivery needs that come with their busy schedules. Next slide, please. So for the product sustainability, we have determined three main aspects, which is economic aspect, environmental aspect, and also social aspect come with the business. So our business would like to provide the job opportunity to the people and also provide the continuous support to both citizens and also local food businesses. And for the environmental aspect, we want to improve the environmental impact of the food delivery service businesses with the use of green vehicles. We also want to help to reduce the carbon footprint produced by the food delivery service industry due to the exhaustives of the use of the gasoline for the regular motor vehicles used to deliver the food orders. And the last one is the social aspect, which helps to lessen the number of people who are unemployed with the increased job opportunities available and enhances the monthly house income for the business employees. Next slide, please. So for our product design, the initial capital will be needed to establish Greeny Foods is approximately over 2 billion Indonesian rupiah, which considers the direct labor, overhead, and tools, and also the material cost to establish the business Greeny Foods. So this also there's also stated our estimated projected profit for the first year of operation. Next slide, please. So regarding the product design, the Greeny Foods will advertise its launch and continuous operation through Facebook and Instagram to immediately develop brand familiarity with the large number of consumer present on this daily day. This business also be advertised through the pop-up advertisement in articles and also website to reinforce the brand familiarity developed through main social media platforms. And lastly, the business will also be advertised through video advertisements on YouTube, for example, to gain exposure to the consumers that the first platform couldn't reach. So this advertising through these platforms would expedite the consumer familiarity to the brand and ensure high customer acquisition. Next slide, please.
So once again, your environmentally friendly and sustainable food delivery service, Greeny Foods. Next slide, please. And that is all for our presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. That was great presentation from Team 8. They really proved their present their business plan proposal very well. Okay, let's move to the Q&A session because our judges already have many questions for this team. Let us invite our 3 judges first to give their question or suggestion for Team 8. Maybe Ma'am Fenji can start first, giving question or suggestion.
Okay, hello everyone. Congrats for that very interesting. And again, I have seen an innovation. However, I have only one question. Because you are using eco-friendly vehicle, right? Which is using non-fuel vehicle. However, you have also stated that because of that, there will be the response time between when they book and then when you delivered has consume more time than the ordinary vehicle that they are using, which is fueled by gasoline. How would you address that aspect? Because we know for a fact that when we order something like food, we would want a quick response, right? How would you deal with it regarding the competition that your competitor might be or might have because they are using not the eco vehicle?
Okay, so admittedly, the delivery time for when we will be utilizing green or electric vehicles will be slower than the competitors because of the lack of power of the vehicles. So to make up for this, through the partnerships that we will have with the MSM food businesses, there will be discounts and promos offered with the food meals that we will be offering through the app, as well as considering the effect of this to the environment will be highly advertised through the advertising platforms to ensure the customers that this will have a good effect in place of the regular motor vehicles that are used.
Did you consider that in your feasibility or in your what you call this projected expenses? Because once you make discounts and other previous, it will eat some of your profit, right?
Yes, it was considered and it will be afforded because the business is in partnership with the businesses. So for the advertisement part for the businesses, it will be discounted, and then for the customers, some of the purchases of the meals will be discounted. So it is a tie-up, ensuring we will still be profiting if the business is established.
Okay, that's all from my end. As I have said, congrats for that presentation.
Okay, maybe Mr. Rifki can ask some question.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I just want to continue the Mrs. Evangeline question regarding the sustainability of this business. How is your response? You know that actually almost all what is company that focus on the delivery is lost, getting lost until today. And how can you convince us that your business will give profit? Because if you see, you provide the vehicle, right? You provide the vehicle. You invest, you assume that you invest the vehicle. And how is the driver can give back the money to the company if the investment is so high? Understand my question?
Can you repeat once more, please?
Okay. You know that almost all the company that focus on the delivery is getting lost. Yeah, getting lost till today. And I appreciate that you are very optimistic with your planning about this business. How is your idea to the driver that they can give back the capital for buying the vehicles, because the vehicle is high cost for the vehicle? Do you also consider the depreciation of the vehicle?
Yes, to ensure that the business will be profitable in the long run. So upon the establishment, we plan to target partnerships with smaller businesses first and gradually build up to larger businesses so as to build up the food offerings to the customers as well. And as a result of this, growing the offerings or menus would also pique the interest of more consumers so as to attract more and more consumers. And during this, marketing through the different platforms such as Facebook, Instagram, the popular social media website will be continuous to target even more customers, as the starting will be in Jakarta, Indonesia, as we have stated in the presentation, and gradually grow the business from there.
Okay, okay. And maybe the second, my second question is, your business is very specific, right? You relate to the environmental issue. And how is your strategy to grab the target market?
As for the target market, since the business will start small, one city at a time, and then it will gradually grow, then the additional investments from the profit. So for the starting year, the profit will be circulated back into the business and gradually grow the business. So we will be able to offer to more countries, more cities, as the business is established in the long run.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe question from Mr. Sakur Harun.
Okay, first of all, I'm so sorry because I have to go on the phone because my laptop just shut down for a second time. But it's all right, I'm still online. Okay, thank you very much for the presentation for the group. They have a nice mix of the group from Philippines, Indonesia, and Malaysia as well. Okay, my question is how to make sure that you are remain competitive compared to others player in the market. We take example, if we got Grab food, or we have Food Panda in Malaysia. So I think we have Food Panda as well in Indonesia, and then we have a Gojek as well in Indonesia. They are using gasoline, they are using a normal vehicle, but you are using electric vehicle, which will cost you more in terms of maintenance, battery, services, and so on. How to make sure that you are remain competitive in terms of food charges, food delivery charges? Can you got the answer? How to remain competitive?
Okay, so to ensure the competitiveness of our business, considering the partnerships with the businesses, we will be able to afford the food and the meals offered at a considerably lower price because we are also offering the advertisements for the business. And then this will be offered to customers at an affordable but competitive price with competitors present in Indonesia. So if the competitors, let's say, offers around 40,000 Indonesian rupiah, the business will consider offering the business at around 35,000 Indonesian rupiah to gain a competitive advantage.
Okay, thank you very much for the answer. I just want to make sure that because your company is thinking about future, because you try to switch from normal vehicle, a normal delivery vehicle, to using electric vehicle, which is good for the environment, it's good for the ecosystem, but just to make sure that you can remain competitive, you have to make sure that you can fight with the other company. For example, if they are another company, they make it like regional and then subsection, go very deep and then hire a lot of riders and a food delivery agent or food delivery operator, and then for sure your services also will impact the price of the food. We take example in Malaysia, the difference between GrabFood and Foodpanda. GrabFood charge around 30% for delivery charges. Foodpanda charge about 35%. And then you just said that you are a normal charge in Jakarta in Indonesia is 40, and then you try to charge 30, which is lower than the market, which is good to make sure that you are remain competitive. Because now new competitor will come into Southeast Asia. They are coming from the Thailand as well. Okay, it means that after this, you have to make sure that your idea, very nice idea. You have a green food using electric vehicle, eco-friendly, but you have to make sure that you can remain in the market for a long run. That's my concern. Okay, thank you very much. I wish you all the best and good luck.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Sakur Harun, for your suggestion and also for your question for all judges. Okay, is there any question from audience? Okay, if there is no question from audience, we will move to the next team. Thank you for Team 8 for your great presentation. And then we will move to the next team. This team, they make a helpful business plan service to help society get parking space handily. This team is team number 11 with the title, I am Parking, a Solution to Smart Parking Management. With team members, Aminatus Zuria from Universitas Islam Indonesia, Jana Felmari Lucia from Mapua University, and the last one, Christine May S. Fertueo from Mapua University. Your 10 minutes will be count down from now on.
Good day, everyone. We are Group 11, and our business proposal is entitled AIM Parking. Next, please. AIM Parking consists of Christine Bertuccio as our chairman, Jana Lucea and Aminatou Zaria as our primary members. Next, please. AIM Parking is a software parking solution. Aside from traffic, there is one issue that the worldwide population is dealing with, and that is parking. Cars have traditionally been the most responsive sector to evolving technologies throughout history. Automobile parking has become a widespread problem in metropolitan area as car ownership has increased, owing to a lack of parking availability at a prominent level of parking demand. Furthermore, the parking system is critical to the urban transportation system, and its absence is linked to traffic congestion and environmental pollution. Next, please. Waiting in extensive lineups in a parking lot frequently affects the customer's journey, since it wastes time. AIM Parking is a parking system that may help both customers and businesses by saving time. Yet, this newly automated parking system is not only designed in malls, but also applicable to all areas in need of parking and where the establishments are convenient to the consumers, such as hospitals, condominiums, and workplaces. Next, please.
So the theme of this business plan is SDG number 9, which is Industry, Innovation, and Infrastructure. Innovation advances the technological capabilities of industrial sectors and prompts the development of new skills. Inclusive and sustainable industrial development is the primary source of income generation. It allows for rapid and sustained increases in living standards for all people and provides the technological solutions needed for environmentally sound industrialization. Next slide, please.
We at AIM Parking are a major admirer of effective parking management solutions. To help you understand why we appreciate parking management systems, we've listed some of the benefits that you can obtain from AIM Parking. Number one, a significant advantage of AIM Parking is its adaptability. It is straightforward to use for both authorities and automobile owners. It is also quite adaptable and does not pose any problems for its users. You may also change the parameters based on the volume of vehicle traffic. Number two is it's technologically advanced. AIM parking can be employed in various parking lots because of its technological integration. Furthermore, AIM parking may be customized to meet the demands and requirements of your parking spots, whether they are for residential or commercial usage. Number 3, AIM parking is very easy to manage, administer, and regulate since it is organized systematically. AIM parking is user-friendly and parking attendants will have no trouble using the system. Number 4, AIM parking can give you upgraded security, safety, and privacy with its technologically advanced security features. It prevents unauthorized access to your parking lots. As a result, car owners will have increased confidence that their cars are well protected. Last but not the least, aside from basic information or question and answer, AIM parking may also supply information that can aid in locations. It provides map help for persons who are new to the region or still getting to know their way about it. Next, please.
Product excellence of AIM parking. Number 1, application made with a simple display, equipped with features, are easy to understand in order for users of all ages to access it smoothly. Number 2, AIM parking will provide information on the availability of parking area, and user can make reservation on the desired parking area with available parking slot. Number 3, AIM parking provides convenience of transaction by offering several types of payment methods, such as cash payment or online payment, and user can choose the desired payment method. Number 4, transaction process and operation for smart parking from smart parking management system using QR code system, so that the parking process does not take a long time and customer can save their time using AIM parking. Number 5, AIM parking monitoring on all vehicles that enter and exit on the parking area with scanning of plate number vehicle. So the system will always monitor the vehicle in the parking area, and recording and vehicle data will be computerized by the system. Next.
COVID-19 is still with us, and we always have to be safe. With the use of AIM parking, customers do not have to experience personal contact with their parking transactions. So this reduces the risk of COVID-19 transmission this promotes health and safety of the individuals. Next, it gives customers a stress-free environment and transaction. They will experience the convenience of being on their desired place with enough time and without the need to think and look for an available parking space. Lastly, innovation. It improves the parking management system with the use of technology. Car pollution is one of the major causes of global warming. Cars emit carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases. So a better parking management system will reduce the time of vehicles driving around the parking area to look for a spot. Next slide, please. So first, we will talk about the app. So once you click the app, you will see the logo, and its design is very minimal and straightforward. So the user will have to log in using their registered email and password. There is a Remember Me option so that users do not have to log in every time they open the app. It also has the biometrics option since cell phones nowadays uses facial recognition or fingerprint scanner. After logging in, you will see your AIM parking wallet and the option to cash in if users prefer to have a cashless payment. At the top is where users search for their desired parking location, for example, ABC Mall or XYZ building. The scan QR is also at the homepage of the app so that users can easily scan the QR given by the booth right away. The menu is on the left side once you click it. Next slide, please. Next. You will see 4 options for the menu. First is if you want to book a parking reservation, you will have to input details like the type of vehicle. So just click below if it's bicycle, motorcycle, or car. After that, input your plate number if it's car or motorcycle, then choose the date, time, establishment, and desired floor level. Once you click finish, you will see your parking details. You can see the given parking location in it. This page will also be seen once the parking details option in the menu is clicked. The users can see their time spent in the parking area so that they will know how much their parking fee already is. The other menu options are payments. So users will click this to proceed to choosing a payment method using their AIM parking wallet or a different online payment method. And the other option is inbox, where users will see their receipts and transactions. As you can see, there are 3 buttons at the bottom, which are settings if users will need to adjust something about the app, account for account settings like changing password and logout. Next slide, please. Now we move on to the design of the touchscreen booth. A touchscreen booth will be at the entrance for vehicles that does not have reservations. At the exit, there will just be a QR scanner booth. Customers will have to present the QR from the receipt given to them either to the app or the printed font. Next slide, please. So this is the design of the booth. Customers will have to click start, then choose the type of vehicle and desired floor level. Once they click next, the QR code for the map will be given to them and the location. A printed receipt with the QR code will be given to them for their payment. The payment for this is through the booth at the entrance of the establishment. So for persons with disabilities, at the settings of the app, the users will have to register the PWD ID so that the app will recognize the user as PWD and will give the parking slot given to those PWD. And then for the booth, there will be a button below the LCD which will generate a receipt right away that also gives the slot number for PWD customers. Next slide, please.
Okay, hi everyone. Thank you for listening to our presentation. Before I end, there is a quote to support this business plan, which is be a part of the solution, not part of the pollution. Thank you.
Well, that was a stunning presentation from Team 11. They really proved they can present their business plan very well. Now we will move to the Q&A session because our judges already have a lot of questions for this team. Let us invite our 3 judges first to give their question or suggestion for Team 11. Maybe Mr. Rifki can give a question first.
Okay, thank you. I think it's a good idea regarding is very innovative for the needs of some of the people that have vehicles. Yeah. But if I challenge you with what's in your last of the statement, you say that you are the part of the solution, but not part of what is pollution, right? I'm very interested with the statement, but you know that if I give you any opinion that your idea actually will increase the demand of people to buy cars, right? And vehicles. And you know that actually the government currently promote for the mass transportation. And how is the response about these conditions?
We made this app looking at the perspective of employees. For example, here in the Philippines, there are areas where, like Makati City, this area is full of employees and not everyone have perfect parking spots. So as an employee, what you want to do is, most employees have cars nowadays, and especially the transportation here in the Philippines is it's good enough, but not that good that people still prefer to have their own cars. And then with the COVID-19 happening, people prefer to lessen the physical interaction with other people. So we want the employees to have their free time instead of looking around the spot, trying to find a parking spot. They will have a parking spot right away designated to them.
Okay. In my mind, that your effort to what is realized this dream is very hard because you know that you have to negotiate with the parking provider, right? You have to negotiate to the parking provider. How is your strategy to do that?
That's what we plan to do. We want to have a partnership with parking providers. They will have to purchase the booth that we will produce, and then this will be the booth that will be at their parking places. So this does not only lessen the time. This does not only add time for the customers since they will not have to look all around the parking area. This will also lessen the traffic around the area since there will be less, the line of vehicles at the entrance of the parking will be lessened since the payment is also at the entrance of the establishment, not at the entrance of the parking itself.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe Ma'am Fenji or Mr. Shakur Harun to give some question or suggestion for this team. Okay.
Okay, good afternoon again, everyone. Congrats again. All of you have a very innovative and creative idea, just like this one, wherein really in the Philippines, the problem is parking and traffic. Okay. So I have only one question. As you have said, there will be less human resources because of the technology that you are applying. But of course, technology, you need an expert to that. Unlike in the traditional parking wherein you could hire someone that is an undergrad. Okay, correct? Guys? Okay. My question is, have you considered any human displacement if in the future this will be adopted? How would you account, or what would you do with the manpower that would be displaced by this app?
There will be an office, so there will still be customer service that will interact with the people about the complaints, and then there will be an IT hired by the company, so that will be the one that will manage and in charge for the maintenance. And of course there will still be a guard at the parking area itself, since there is always a guard that checks the car itself before entering. So the guard should be aware of how the system works so that he can also teach the new customers about how to interact with the booth and the app.
So still you need the physical presence of a human being. Okay? So now I understand that it is not what I understood from the readings, that it will be fully automated. Okay? So with that, thank you for your answer. That's all from my end.
Okay, thank you for your question, Ma'am Fenji and answer from Team 11. Okay, maybe Mr. Shakur Harun or Mr. Rifki can give some question.
Thank you very much for the team for your presentation. Okay, first of all, I want to say thank you very much for providing a solution for us, because do you know that I'm also facing the same problem. When we park our car, normally we didn't remember the numbers of the parking lot and so on. Sometimes we are going to the different level, and from the idea that coming from your smart parking system, you provide QR code, you provide a parking lot, which one updated, empty parking space and so on. You provide a solution for the customer or the community problem. So I just want to say thank you very much for your effort. My question will be, you will sell your system to the parking provider. How do you charge them, or how do you convince them to use your product? Because you didn't provide a parking space, but what I'm understanding from your business plan and your presentation, you provide a solution, like, or you provide an apps, and you are selling an apps to the parking provider. Okay, how do you charge them in terms of subscription fee, yearly, monthly, or per entry, or whatsoever? How do you charge them? How do you make money from these apps?
Thank you very much for that question. In our projected forecast, we will have 15% of the profit So for example, the parking fare here in the Philippines is 50 pesos. So if we're going to get the 15% of it, that's 7.5 pesos. So in the daily lives of people or daily activities of people, let's say 10,000 or 20,000, I'm sorry. So let's say 20,000 are going to the malls, not only in malls, but and also in their workplace or in hospitals or any other establishments that are in need of parking. So let's say it has 10,000 people on a daily average. 7.5 times 10,000, that will be 75,000 every day. That will be our profit, 75,000 every day. And if you're going to times that to 30 days for a month, that's 2,250,000 pesos.
Okay, the calculation will be like per entry or per day. With example, if per entry, I have to pay like 50 peso, you take 7.5. This is per entry. The difference between per entry and per days and per month and per year. Okay, are you doing it? Are you taking a commission per entry?
Yes, sir. The commission is for entry. So we're just selling we're not selling the app itself. It's just a medium. So it's yeah. That's how the consumers and also the business communicate with regards to parking.
Okay, clear. Your answer is very clear. Because you clearly stated that per entry, it means that it's not burden for the parking operator because you didn't charge them like a fixed amount of charges. If you charge a fixed amount of charges, if there is nobody using that parking, they have to pay as well for you. If not, they have to pay as well. So I'm thinking like you provide a fair solution for business to business solution. Okay. Okay, thank you very much. Because I have no idea what to ask you, because when I'm reading your business plan, I can read like a clear proposal. What are you doing? And then you are providing a solution. That's why I'm thinking like, I have no idea what to ask you. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shakur Harun. Is there any question from judges?
From my end, no more. Thank you.
For me also, same. I think enough. Good.
Okay, if there's no any question, I want to ask to the audience, if there are any question from audience that to ask team 11. Okay, we move to the next team. If there is no question, well, this team has good business proposal. Their business proposal is service to build habit on society to use the trash for payment to get transportation. So, Team 21 with the title Eco Beep, with team members Raffi Andreo Carrillo from Mapua University and Cekaina Javier from Mapua University. For Team 21, time and screen is yours. Your 10 minutes will be counted down from now on.
I hope my audio is coming in clear. So, salamat sore, magandang hapon, a pleasant day to all. To the ISM participants, viewers, panelists, faculty members, and other distinguished guests, we are pleased to present to you our business plan for EcoBeep. Next slide, please. This is to be discussed by yours truly, Raffi Andreo Carrillo of Mapua University, together with my partner, Cekaina Javier, also from Mapua University. Next slide, please. The agenda for today will be about the discussion of the business plan for EcoBeep, which consists of 5 primary parts, which are the background and theme, benefits, product excellence, product sustainability, and the product design. Next slide, please.
So first, we have the background. According to Statista, 583.3 billion plastic bottles were produced in 2021. This represents about 75% of all plastic containers waste by weight. That is almost 74 times the human population. And for every 6 plastic bottles that are bought, only 1 plastic bottle is being recycled. Plastic bottles can take up to 450 years for them to decompose since it is made out of polyethylene terephthalate or PET, which requires a lot of fossil fuel for its production and transportation. So the team wanted to help lessen or reuse plastic bottles, which contributes a lot to the pollution. The team came across some news regarding these 3 cities implementing a new recycling scheme for its citizens. In 2014, Beijing, China started giving free train rides in exchange for used water bottles, calculating its worth and issuing a credit for their public transport pass. In 2018, Surabaya, Indonesia also implemented a similar project, but for their bus fares. Lastly, Rome, Italy, the city just also implemented this last 2020 for their metro trains. Now, our team would like to bring this to the Philippines. Ride-hailing applications in the Philippines like Grab and Angkas are quite popular in the commuting scene. However, due to the shortages of vehicles, the companies aren't able to meet the amount of bookings per day. This opens up the possibility of new entrants into the industry. Moreover, the business would focus more on going green, which is why the team is persistent in using electric vehicles, leading to the creation of EcoBeep.
The theme for this year's business plan competition relates to IT investments that abides by the SDGs or Sustainable Development Goals based on the United Nations list of SDGs. Hence, we were seeking sustainable development goals that will also support the development with the benefits of investing in the IT industry. The group was able to align the IT aspect where the development of our number 8, decent work and economic growth, where it is contributing a market share in the ride-hailing app sector, opening various job opportunities in the community. Next slide, please. This is followed by SDG number 10, where EcoBeep encourages women to work for them and similar opportunities are being handed across different genders. And lastly, next slide, please, is SDG number 12, which is needed for responsible consumption as it wills to control and reduce the use of plastic bottles. Next slide, please.
For the benefits eco-friendly with a payment scheme of plastic bottles and of course money in case the user doesn't have enough points to cover for the ride. It encourages the users to recycle their plastic bottle waste. When recycling, it can lower the amount of waste that contributes to landfills. Next, the integration of electric vehicles. Electric vehicles offer a great reduction in transport costs for businesses, especially for fleet vehicles with regular journeys. Although electric vehicles are more expensive to buy, they have significantly lower running costs when compared to petrol or diesel. This is quite evident with how much it impacts the cost of living due to the recent gas price hike. The Philippines has only around 12,965 registered electric vehicles. A recent study from Frost & Sullivan stated that Thailand, Indonesia, and the Philippines are the top 3 nations in Southeast Asia with the highest inclination to adopt electric vehicles. Next, the decreased underemployment and unemployment. According to the Philippines Department of Labor and Employment, 7 million workers are underemployed, while 3.7 million are unemployed in 2021. A new business means more job opportunities for the people. Next, promoting opportunity for female drivers. In 2020, only 39.1% of females were reported to be part of the labor force. Lastly, the affiliates. The plastic bottles collected would be sold to businesses that share the idea of having a responsible consumption of plastics and also recycling companies.
So for the product excellence, EcoBeep will be serving its riders and commuters in the areas of the National Capital Region or NCR. Some areas will include an extended province because a significant amount of commuters that live outside the National Capital Region still travel into the NCR either for work, study, or leisure. And those areas will include the Cavite and Bulacan provinces. Meanwhile, to ensure that the users of the application won't have a difficulty in using the application, we made sure that the design and features of the app won't be complicated and difficult to understand. As long as you are capable of reading and understanding basic English, you will be able to use the application itself. Also, there is only one application that provides a carpool type of ride-hailing application, which is Grab, since Uber was acquired by Grab in the Philippines in the latter part of the previous decade, and the price was extremely high, especially during rush hour because of its monopolized market. Having an alternative application that will cover the heavy demand of the market will be beneficial for the commuters in a lot of ways. Next slide, please. So why is EcoBeep unique? EcoBeep is a unique application because you can earn points which can be used as payment or discount for every point that you accumulate whenever you dispose of plastic bottles in the station pins. EcoBeep also incentivizes the drivers who will register their electric vehicles and the use of eJeep in transporting more people. Lastly, we encourage female aspiring drivers to train and apply because it is important for them to have an equal opportunity as the opposite gender as users of the roads in the metro. Next slide, please. Next is the product sustainability. With EcoBeep, what we would want to happen is to reduce the emission of gas in the air, which damages the pollution. By using electric vehicles, smoke emission in the public roads would reduce the air pollution, which causes disruptions and damages the air, affecting the health of a lot of people and the environment as well. Plastic bottles are used every day and are disposed of as well by a lot of people due to the fact that they tend to use it on a daily basis. Because of EcoBeep, the supposed plastic bottles can now be used to pay or reduce the transportation expenses. It is preferable that for every 10 bottles can be equivalent to 10 Eco points or 1 peso. Lastly, the EcoBeep is a contributing factor to the solution to one of the major problems in the Philippines, which is an effective transport system. Lack of convenient and alternative transport system, let alone a hail riding app, solves the hunger of the masses for a low-cost and convenient transport system that is yet to be available in the country. Next slide, please.
Lastly, we have here the product design. As you can see, the logo of EcoBeep, the pinpoint, which is what you would usually see on maps and ride-hailing applications. Next, the recycling logo made out of bottles, and of course, the name of the business. Next slide, please. Here you have the user interface design of the application. The user can input their pickup and drop points, which would proceed to the driver information of their preferred vehicle model, which states the name, contact number, plate number, vehicle color and type, and of course the price to ride. Lastly, it would show the accumulated Eco points from the plastic bottles. Next slide, please. EcoBeep users can drop off their plastic bottles to the nearest EcoCan, which will generate the calculated worth and other account information. The user can scan the presented QR code to check the correct amount onto their accounts. Next slide. Lastly, we have here a poster samples of EcoBeep where it will be shown to social media, billboards, and other media forums to catch the attention of the market. Next slide. So we will leave you this quote: reuse the past, recycle the present, and save the future. Thank you again for listening to our presentation.
While there was stunning presentation from 2021, they really proved they can present the business plan very
The great presentation, and I have seen your innovativeness and the creativity of ideas. Okay, and your project or your idea really helps in preserving our environment. So my question is, as you have said, there will be something like a point wherein the the person or the individual who has accumulated plastics, okay, containers, will go there and have it his accumulated plastic containers be put there in that spot, correct? Okay. So with that, I have not seen from your presentation if there is somewhat plastic classification. So do you mean, or do I get the idea that it will be priced uniformly regardless of what type of plastic it is?
For now, ma'am, we will be only accepting plastic bottles, and maybe in the future we will try to accumulate more other plastic container types in order to help with the plastic pollution.
Yeah, because you know for a fact that the plastic container of mineral waters, right, is different from the plastic containers of those juices or soft drinks, isn't it? Okay. So now that is what I mean that how would you now price it? Would it be different for the plastic containers from the mineral waters or from that of the soft drinks or juices? So all your cans or your app will only classify that it is plastic, but there will be no classification as to the type of plastic. So that is where my question is, would it be priced uniformly? Or you have different ideas that if that is a plastic container of a mineral water, this will be the price, and then can your app distinguish that?
As of the moment, ma'am, we don't have any development that will separate different kinds of plastic bottles being put to the bins. However, what the bins does is they count the number of plastic bottles that is being inserted inside the bin, which then accumulates the points which will be used by the people who dispose their plastic bottles there. And those kinds of activities being done by the users of the bins who dispose their plastic bottles there are being observed by a designated personnel of the EcoVip company that will assure the bins were being used properly by the users, and from there they can assist as well if there will be any malfunction during the disposal of the plastic bottles.
So initially, there will only one uniform pricing for that. It's only the weight. Okay, so that could be an enhancement, right? That there will be classification of the plastic type so that they will be more encouraged, okay, to help. And as I have said, this will be really a project that is environmental friendly, and you are preserving our environment. However, I think that would be a good enhancing what you call this system or facility in the app that you will be developing or you have already put into an idea. Okay, so for now, guys, that is my question. That is the sole question that I have for now. Okay, thank you.
Okay, maybe Mr. Rifki or Mr. Shakur Harun can ask some question.
Okay, thank you. For me, the question is why you just, what is the idea is only convert the carpet or the plastic to the writing surfaces. For let's say in Indonesia, we have in a very simple way, they can collect the garbage and they can convert to the health facility for let's say. Why only writing services? It's very, because I see it's very very specific and very limited, very limited for the people to convert their plastic. How is your response?
Thank you for that question, sir. With regards to the focus on the transport or the vehicles, we would want to focus on the transportation system, contributing to the transportation system in the country, because this is one of the biggest problem in the country, especially in the national capital region, where we will still consider that we are still in the pandemic and social distancing is still needed to be implemented. However, due to the very large demand of alternative transport system, we would want to provide something that will be used by the Filipino people that can, which is part of their choices or a substitute from their usual or common way of commuting or going to different places. That's it, sir.
So your consideration is a pandemic, yeah, right? But maybe it's my suggestion that you can you can extend the services, yeah, the other service, not only the writing services, but you can convert to the maybe the potential goods or maybe other thing that needed by the people in there. I think that's my suggestion.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rifki, for your suggestion and question. Maybe Mr. Shakur Harun can ask some question.
Okay, thank you very much for the team for your presentation. Okay, what I can capture now is like I can say like EcoBeep provide a solution to save environment by reduce the pollution. Okay, and then my question will be, what happened with all the plastic bottle that you recycle? Do you have any idea to come up with another product, or just selling all the bottles?
We are planning to sell the collected plastic bottles to a scrap buyer. We have one specifically located in Valenzuela City. It is located in the northern part of the National Capital Region, and they actually recycle plastic materials, which will be used for they can be used for construction materials and even school materials, such as the chairs that are being used in the schools. So that is where we are planning to bring the collected plastic bottles. And Chekana has something to add.
Yeah, there are businesses like Adidas and Patagonia. They have this recycling scheme where they collect plastic bottles to form their shoes and also their clothes. For locally here in the Philippines, there is a business called the Plastic Flamingo where they collect plastic bottles to form this into construction materials in order to form shelters and of course other building forms. That's it.
Okay, I got the answer. Okay, to promote your initiative for recycling, I think you have to focus all the elements, all the things that you just said to me just now. Like you can say to the customer or to the people in Philippines, like, okay, from the plastic bottle, we recycle and then we can make this product. Because like for me, if I said, okay, if I selling you 1 kilo of plastic bottle, I just want to know what will happen to my plastic bottle. Are you just selling, or you said you make another product? You said you make another product, or another company take and make another product like a construction product, and then use it for high-end material for Adidas and so on. You have to highlight all these things. So if you highlight all these things, it can give me more motivation to selling you more plastic bottle and so on. You can increase your profit, and at the same time, it can increase the awareness among the people, because the people know where the plastic will be hand over or what will do with the plastic bottle. Okay, that's why I'm asking you, like, because when I'm reading your business plan, I'm just reading like you collect plastic bottle and then they are selling to your company, and then your company give them a point, and then they can use the point to using e-hailing. They can use a taxi and so on using all the point. But you can highlight another thing. Another part is what will you do with all the plastic bottle? They will give more advantage for your company to make for marketing of your company. Okay, it doesn't mean that you have to do it by yourself, but you say, okay, we have partner with this company. We call it A company, B company, and C company. This company specialized in construction. This company specialized in this, in this, in this. We supply to them all the plastic bottle for recycle. Okay, just in terms to give awareness to people in the Philippines about this, you have to promote using that platform. Okay. Okay, because I have no problem with the point and collection of point and so on. but I just want to know how much I have to sell to get a point to have like a one-way right of hailing from point A to point B. For example, how much I can get if I sell you 1 kilo plastic bottle, and then how much I can get if I'm selling you 2 kilo of plastic bottle. How much you will pay me?
Sorry. Thank you for the question, sir. As stated in the presentation earlier, for every 10 bottles, it will be equivalent to 10 eco points, which is equivalent to 10 pesos, 1 peso rather. And the ordinary minimum fare in a jeep ride here in the Philippines is 9 pesos. So that's how it can contribute with the transportation expense already.
Oh, and then you measure by bottles or not? You measure by kilo. It's like 10 bottles. I can got 10 peso, and then 10 point. And then I can ride Egypt because Egypt the cheapest. Like I find from your business plan. And then if I selling you 40 bottles, I get 40 points, and then equivalent to 40 peso. I can ride a sedan car. Is it right? You can't buy bottle, you know, can't buy kilo and so on.
Yeah, yes, sir.
Okay, clear. But it's sometimes quite tricky because if I got something like a plastic bottle, but I got like 5 liter plastic bottle, and then I'm selling to you, and then I have 1.5 plastic bottle, and then I got the same point. For me, it's not fair for me. Okay. Because I got different size of plastic bottle and I'm selling to you, and I got the same base fare point. I think they have one in Abu Dhabi or in UAE. Maybe they have one in Norway as well. You deposit your plastic bottle, the vending machine, and then they can pay you like point. They have one model in overseas. Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Shakur Harun, and also all the judges that already give some question. Okay, we will move for the last session because this is already the last session. What a nice closing presentation for this team. Thank you, Team 21, for your great presentation, and also the judges for your question. And for the judges, you can fill the score in the spreadsheet for their proposal and also presentation right away, so it can be calculated to choose the best 3 from this final, and it will be announced soon. Thank you so much to our beloved judges, committee, and also participants who contribute to this competition. I hope all the team will get their best score for their great presentation, and always remember your effort will not betray your result, and also don't lose hope nor be sad. I will give the next stage back to the master of the ceremony, Miss Miftah. Time and screen is yours.
Thank you, Randy Marcelino, and thank you for all the judges and participants. By the end of the competition, the session of the second day has also ended. Keep your spirit and do your best. See you tomorrow.